an electronic basis. And that for some things, so if Trevor is trying to work with Nate to establish some dates for a school board meeting, and they say, Kelly, why don't you poll everybody and see what dates they have available? That is the absolute perfect way to use it, because you're getting that quick responses and you're figuring out whether you use a doodle poll or something else when people can meet and when they can be present. Having other things that are all called logistical. So if Trevor says, hey, I got a request from Kevin to place this item on the board agenda. I just want to know if there's an interest in having this on the agenda. I don't want to get into a debate about whether ultimately I'm going to approve that item, offer an alternative, or vote against it. Just Kevin has this recommendation to place this item on the school agenda. Are you in favor? Again, perfect use for using the email because it expeditiously gets things done. It's creating a record, but the record is most likely saved on the district server. And then it helps you plan for your school board meeting. So in going through the use of electronic communications, we start first with what I'll call the official sanctioned uses, which is what I just was describing, scheduling a meeting date, deciding whether something goes on the agenda. There may be other sanctioned uses as well. Nate may come upon something from a Dane County Superintendent's meeting, or Nate has his weekly update and sends it out and then says, if you have questions about the update, send them to me, and then I can provide that information back out again. Now, even if Nate is the hub of the wheel, so exchanging the information back and forth, that does not negate the fact that if everybody agrees on something of substance, so not operational, not setting the meeting dates, not setting agenda items, if you agreed on, yes, I sent this information on why we should perhaps think about entering into this intergovernmental agreement with a neighboring district. And everybody says, that sounds like a great idea, Nate. I authorize you to go have a conversation with New Glarus and Monticello about setting up this co-op or something. That's where we slip into some issues with the open meetings law, because then there's, again, that conversation took place, there was some tacit or implicit or explicit agreement to act and go from there. So those are, again, all officially sanctioned district communications. And even then, you can see how we have to be careful on some of the issues with open meetings law. We always have the public records. So whenever something goes out in the email, and it's concerning school district business, it's a public record. Doesn't mean it's going to be released in full, but it just means you've got a record. So any question on the official use of it? No? Okay. No. So what we get a lot of questions on are what I'll call the unofficial or the individual use of it. And some of those might be like the example I gave of you're working on a compensation plan, and I went to that conference and I saw what Mount Horeb was and I shared it. That's really, even though it's doing school business, it wasn't something that was sanctioned either by my office or it was sanctioned by some board directive. So I'm communicating on my own. So the first question that I always put forth to boards and individual board members is, should I be using this form of communication at all? Is this the proper means for getting that information forward? The personnel committee, the board might say, we're okay with that. We're okay with that sharing of information, provided that everybody understands that we will not be discussing what I share. So if I shared Mount Horeb's pay plan, the expectation may be that you've received it. When we all physically come back together again to meet, at that point in time, you might discuss what Mount Horeb has. Nate might have an example from DeForest. Ryan might have, some friends who work in Oregon and he's got what their pay plan is, et cetera. And we converse about it in a properly posted meeting. So that still kind of has its anchor in school business. What Trevor, what you and Nate were talking about where these get more complicated is one of two circumstances. One is, as the board member, I want to either send an email to a particular individual who I've received a question from, or I want to put a post up to explain the vote I took on a particular item. So when I do that, we want to separate those that are official endorsed communications, where the board has directed me to be a spokesperson, versus those or those that I'm doing that communication because of my office. So I'm trying to remember who's presently the clerk of the school board.
Marion.
Okay, so Marion's the clerk. So Marion, when the board of canvassers got done with their results, you and the other two canvassers had to ascertain the results of that. So if you were asked by somebody what were the outcomes, you're communicating in an officially authorized position, where you're communicating as the officer to make that communication. But let's say that fact pattern wasn't the one present. Let's say you had a vote on something and you voted 6-1, and I was the one who voted in opposition to whatever the main motion was. And I wanted to explain that vote to the constituents. I can either do that at the time. I can do that at the time I take the vote in the properly posted school board meeting. I can, this is where Nate was talking about First Amendment, I can go out on either my own personal Facebook page or another Facebook page and say, this is why I voted the way I did. In doing that, though, I always I advise districts to be safe that we sandwich those comments. And what I mean by that is I introduce my remark by saying, these are my personal viewpoints. They aren't necessarily the viewpoints or the positions of the Belleville School District in your case. Then I give my rationale for why I voted the way I did. And then I conclude my remarks with that same disclaimer. So if anybody's looking at my remarks, they couldn't look at that and say, that was an official district correspondence. I said the personal views, my own viewpoints on this. I was not directed to say this, not the viewpoints of the school district. And I have a First Amendment right to do that. Whether I choose that or not is something that each of you will do your own calculus on. And collectively, you may come together and say, in general, maybe we approve of that conduct, maybe we disapprove, or maybe we're neutral. We just don't care. We're it doesn't matter. What you want to do is what you want to do. We just want to make sure that people know, if you're speaking as an individual, that they can't take those remarks and lift them onto the district and say that was a district viewpoint. So that's me, what I'll call after the fact. I'm explaining my vote after the fact. The next kind of fact pattern, one that Nate related to, is I get the parent who comes forth with a concern. And how do I respond to that? And you should have, and you do, Nate shared some of the policies with me in advance of this meeting. You do have in your board policies things that talk about how these statements should be clear, that they don't imply endorsement by the district, how I respect the chain of command in the operation, and I'm discouraged from basically trying to resolve the dispute myself, right? From the standpoint of, if the parent contacts me with a concern, my proper mode of receipt is an acknowledgement of the concern, and then I dish it off to the appropriate spot within the chain of command. And depending on what that concern is, that dishing off may be everywhere from the classroom teacher to the principal to the superintendent to the board president. My general advice in this area has been, even if I was going to dish it off to the teacher, because I thought I was at that level, I'd still copy Nate. If I was a school board member, Nate's copied on any of those that I'm putting back into the chain of command, so he can see if it gets handled at the appropriate level. And that's a really, I have great empathy for where that puts you as board members, because you want to be responsive to your constituents. You want to show them that you care about what your stakeholders have to say. At the same time, you're one of 7, and unless you're directed by the board to quote unquote fix it, your real role is either A, kick it back into the chain of command, or B, I asked Trevor and or Nate to put it on an agenda for a future conversation for the whole collective 7. That's the piece where we get. And I'd say in the last 10 years, with the proliferation of social media, the changes that came about because of Act 10, that more and more people or board members field more and more inquiries or requests from parents, students, other stakeholders in the community who go straight to the board. And the rationale being, well, I want the solution as quickly as possible, and those are the 7 whose votes count. So I'm going to go straight to the school board member to get a resolution. And that obviously can create some efficiency issues for the school system because you may or may not be privy to all the facts. It may also create some issues about your ultimate role later on. And in a high stakes situation, like a student expulsion or dismissal of an employee, you sit in the role as a judge. And I would discourage you from getting involved at the investigatory stage because you have to decide the matter later on. And something that's not quite so high stakes, you just get the operational efficiency and people within the organization going, if that parent had that concern, why did they jump to the school board member? Why didn't they talk to the classroom teacher? And if they felt they couldn't, why didn't they go to the principal? And and those other people in the organization goes, we have all the facts here. Why did the end run get facilitated? And that puts you, I think, in a really delicate spot because you have to be able to tell that constituent, yes, I care about your concerns. And in my eyes, I'm not passing judgment whether you're right or wrong or indifferent on it, but it's a legitimate concern. We want your concern addressed. Doesn't mean you're going to get the resolution you're asking, but we want it addressed. And so where can that be done most efficiently? And so your policies really put forth that is supposed to go in the chain of command. And so there's a couple of different ways of approaching that issue. One way of responding to constituent concerns is to take the Attorney General's guidance from 2004 of, and this is just for electronic communications, not for putting things on agenda, et cetera. Don't use it. If that correspondence, again, it's 17 years old, lots changed in the world. That is, I get that email, I don't reply other than forward it on to Nate. I don't do anything else because anything I send as a reply has got a record. If that person also copied Ryan, Kevin, Jill, et cetera, the rest of you, and you start conversing and coming to some solution, then I can have my open meetings law issue again, in addition to the public records one. So that's one extreme. The other response can be, how do we have a general intake so that unless the complaint is about Nate as the superintendent, where it properly comes before the board, what is our protocol for how we are respectfully informing the person, thank you for expressing your concerns, I've referred it to person X and Nate, in that process. And that's something that you have to address how you want to handle that. So I think there's a couple of different points here. Me explaining my official votes, my actions, my conversations at school board meetings, that's one channel. Me responding as the board member when a teacher, parent, stakeholder sends their concern to me and wants a resolution or wants me to put something on the agenda, that creates other issues for you and how you respond to them. So I want to be respectful of everybody's time. I know I've done a fair amount of talking here. So I want to open it up to questions that you may have now that if you have some, perhaps a little more grounding in where the legal issues are.
So I'll open it up to the board for some discussion or questions for Bob. Does anybody got anything in particular or want to walk through a scenario?
How about a scenario like this where we get information from somebody in the community and it goes to the whole board? Maybe the president will respond, but me as a board member, I want to ask a clarifying question or something like that because something wasn't clear to me. And maybe it's clear to everybody else, and I would just like to know more about topic X. How would I go about doing that? Do I still forward it to board president, or can I respond directly, or should I respond directly?
Yeah, is that Mike? I can't see you guys
Yeah,
on camera, so
that's
yeah,
fine,
Mike.
yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, if I get something like that, there's a couple of different avenues I can approach it. One can be that you have an individual conversation with Nate. Now, the rub on those always is that again, the open meeting law can kick in if I have a conversation with Nate, if you have a conversation with Mike, if Ryan does, if Jill does, if Marion does, if Barb does, then suddenly Nate's now, even though we're not directly communicating with each other, Nate's the hub of the wheel exchanging information, which the exchange of information in of itself won't necessarily create the open meetings law problem. Could, I mean, we're getting very fact specific, but if Nate was able to say, well, Bob says he would take this position, and then Mike, you say, oh, I would do the same thing, and then Trevor says I would do the same thing, and Marion says I would do the same thing. Well, now I've got a core of the board basically saying they're going to take some action on something. So that's one way you can do it, but you have to be really cautious. And it puts Nate in a jam to some degree as to calculating in his head, was it just information, or were people coming to outcomes, and how many people have I spoken to on outcomes? And if it's a personnel issue, are there two members of the personnel committee that have come to an outcome? So that's one area that it can be done. The other is if you feel as an individual board member that the issue brought to your attention is of high enough level of concern that it warrants a discussion, you can talk to Trevor and or Nate, and it can get put on the school board agenda, or a special meeting can be called, and then it can be properly posted. And I try to use the extremes of, if someone calls complaining about how the lines were put on the baseball or softball diamond, that's probably not when you're going to call a special meeting over, right? I mean, that's going to be, thank you for your concern. Hey, Nate, I got a concern again from Butler. He was at the girls' softball game. He said the outfield lines were all squiggly all over the place. That's probably not a full board issue. If I get to the other extremes of someone calls me or emails me and says, so-and-so is struck a child, well, we're not going to be calling a special meeting. We're going to be reporting that. We're going to notify Nate. We're going to report that for child abuse. Most things fall in the middle between those extremes. And then you have to decide as a group, is this parental concern, the stakeholder concern, student concern, does it warrant board attention at the board level, or does it go to Nate and the admin team and they try to remedy the situation, and then they can give you an update at some point in time? And there's not really a black and white line there, because every fact pattern is unique. There might be times you do discuss it at the board level and you come to an outcome, and the stakeholder that was involved in it is dissatisfied with your outcome. Well, if they keep peppering you with emails, that may not necessitate another meeting. You've acted upon it, you've taken a position, there are no new facts. Maybe you took action and then there are new facts that come forward. Well, then as any one of you as a board member can request again, I'd like to have this put on a future agenda. And then you discuss it there. It's always safest to either go chain of command or posted school board meeting appropriately in open or closed session. I mean, those are the true forums, because then all the information can be shared in that closed session as to what the basis is behind the concern, versus there are many times, particularly when we get student issues or staff issues, I know I'm very cautious. I know Nate is very cautious of what we're going to put in an email to explain a student or a staff issue, because of records issues, and just our IT departments do great jobs, but they're being bombarded by hackers all the time. And so when sensitive information is being disseminated, you have to be very careful about what gets transmitted.
Does that help, Mike?
I think so.
We've got a couple more minutes with Bob here. Does anybody else have any other scenarios? Okay, with that then, Nate, was there anything else that we had for Bob this evening?
I did not.
Okay. Well, Bob, thank you again for joining us.
Oh, you're more than
always,
welcome, Trevor.
we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, with that, that was our only discussion point again for the special meeting. So with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn from the special meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Is there anything that we should talk about board-wise in terms of how we continue on, or leave that for a future meeting?
We can talk about it for a few minutes. We've got a few minutes if we'd like. Otherwise, we can absorb a little bit of this information and then put it back up for another discussion.
Okay, then I rescind my motion to adjourn.
I'll rescind the second.
Okay. All right, we got the rescinds. So, I get, one of the points that Bob kind of made was, just kind of having a board policy then on responding. How do you guys want to, have this conversation framed? Any initial thoughts on what Bob said? I guess I'm just trying to dig for a little bit of, guidance so I can walk us through this.
From previous meetings, it seemed like the question was whether individual board members can respond back and just even thank somebody for bringing something up or sharing information. And it seems like even that would still go through the board president. But it seems, to me, it seems like if I'm not the board president, it just seems like I'm not listening then or something. Maybe is that my interpretation of what was brought up the last time?
Yeah.
My interpretation of what Bob just said, though, is if it's something specific to that board member and they preface that with, "This is my own opinion," like his sandwich scenario, they state what their opinion was in that case and sandwich it again. He gave that scenario pretty clearly, that again, this is my own opinion, not that of the board's. That if someone's reaching out to you again specifically about your vote, that you certainly can do that.
I think the key message too that I kind of took from Bob and when Nate and I were prepping for this as well was that it's key to that disclaimer in there and citing it not once but twice, saying that this is your views and not that of the board, really sends that message. Okay, I am responding, I'm listening to you as a constituent, but these are only my views and not that of the board.
I guess what I need clarification on is when you talk about if a question comes into a specific board member. So you're not talking about an inquiry that comes to every board member, correct? Or are you, Nate?
I was using Bob's example of a question about a vote or why you acted a certain way at a meeting.
Right, to one board member, not to all 7 of us.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense to
Because,
me.
Am I hearing you right, Jill, that in your scenario, it is somebody asking about the board as a whole and you're responding in that way, as opposed to somebody that's specifically asking about your particular vote?
Correct. That's
okay.
kind of what I'm looking for, is kind of that clarification.
Sure. Yeah, and again, my interpretation of that is if they're asking about the board as a whole, then that gets forwarded to Trevor and I.
Okay, thank you.
So I think for me personally, to be able to have a continued conversation on this right now, I don't think, me personally, I'd be adding a ton of value because I still want to continue to absorb some of this and give you guys an opportunity to absorb as well, because I believe we'd have a better discussion and maybe some more actionable takeaways on maybe, it may even be just a reference sheet, of some scenarios that we could call upon at some point in our files to kind of guide us. I don't know. Everybody's very quiet right now, and I'm trying to gauge you, and it's hard even with the mask as well, but Barb really seems like she's pondering, but I'm not sure if you want to say something.
I can always say something. I can't say that what I heard from Bob, that I would disagree, of course, with any of it, but I also don't know that it applies to where I was going with it last meeting. So I think there's a difference between concerns that come up and simply acknowledging somebody's email that came through. I didn't see.
So
I didn't see any issues with responding, like you said, as well. With responding, yeah, I'm perfectly okay with what he just said, but I'm also okay with how I phrased that I handled different emails as well as.
Because in the last meeting, and help refresh my memory if you would, please. It was more so as like when we got an email sent to the entire board, right? And your stance was to be able to respond to that even outside, just you personally responding back, acknowledging.
Sure. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
They sent an email to the board, and it's not even a big concern, and it's certainly not to the extent that I have an issue with the teacher or somebody else. It's just, I know you guys have this on the agenda. I'd like you to think about this particular standpoint. We've gotten some of those, correct?
Yes.
My typical response, should I feel that, should I catch it in time, have a chance to, we've also gotten some at the 11th hour, would be something to the effect of, I don't speak for the board, but I thank you for your input. Please know I will consider it as we move forward. Sometimes followed with, again, I do not speak for the board, but I appreciate the time you took. It's really pretty benign. That's what I brought up last time. It wasn't individual emails to me. Is that me echoing?
No, I can't tell. It's okay.
This is a hard here tonight. So I guess that's the input I would have. I didn't hear that being addressed in a negative. Still sounds to me like that's okay.
Is there consensus on this point that if we do get an email to the board as a whole and they're looking for an answer input from the board as a whole, that comes to Trevor and I? In most cases, Trevor is responding to those.
Oh, sorry.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Is there consensus if there's an email that comes to the board as a whole and it's looking for some kind of response from the board as a whole, that comes to Trevor and I, and typically in that case, Trevor would respond to that email?
Or whoever is
Yes.
board president.
Yes.
Yeah, are you okay with that? Or do you feel like you want to also thank that person for sending in the concern or whatever?
Yeah, I wouldn't have the ability to do that. Am I addressing, here's what the board's going to do tonight? No. And as I look at our collective commitments that we had, I mean, part of it comes down to understanding, or at least respecting each other enough to know that we're not going down those paths, that we should not be going to. But somebody mentioned last time, might have been Marion, by the time somebody gets to the point that they're sending a letter to, or an email to the board, chances are they just want to be heard. That we don't take a second to possibly do that, to me is or that is seen as a negative. My concerns last time revolved around, it seems as though our community will not hear from anybody beyond the board president, whoever that may be. So that I would have concerns with, that we're, for the life of me, I don't get how, hey, thanks for your input. It's in my head as we go forward. for the life of me, I don't get why we would be unable to do that.
So my opinion about what you had just said is, if it comes into the board, you respond directly to them. I don't know about it. Kevin doesn't know about it. And we have Trevor who would respond on behalf of the board. It seems like the rest of us aren't acknowledging that we've received it and are doing something about it. And you're the only one that's listening to them. That's the only thing that I would take away from it. That it's, I don't know, it's making me feel like I'm not doing my job then, because I'm not making them feel heard, because I'm trying to let Trevor take care of it, for instance. That's my only negative that I would say about what you had proposed. Did I
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I appreciate the discussion, but I do want to keep us on track because we do have special guests joining us this evening. So if we could table this then, and we'll put this on as another discussion, and that way we can kind of drive some direction.
Would it
come up with
be?
scenarios? Just
Yeah.
write them down and we can keep track.
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest.
There we go.
Sometimes I think we get into a meeting like this, and whether something doesn't spark right away, but we may think about it tonight or tomorrow morning. If you can send those to me, I can create a list from Bob, and whether we invite Bob back or get a response from that. I think that's what we were looking for, at least in this session, to get some scenarios answered. So I'd be happy to do that. If you want to send those to me, I'll get a response from Bob on his take on how we would respond to that. How does that sound?
Great.
I think that sounds like a good next step.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Okay, with that then, I'll throw it up on the table to support an adjournment from the special meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I got a first by Kevin,
I'll second it.
a second by Mike. Marion, if you can, a roll call, please.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion. Yes, 7 in favor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Marion. All right, we're going to move right away into the public hearing, regular meeting of the regular monthly scheduled meeting for the Board of Education. I'm going to preface this before I call the order to ask the board for some flexibility this evening in this agenda, just to help be respectful of the special guests that we have this evening. So I probably will jump around a little bit in the agenda, so if I could have that support. So with that, I'll call to order Monday, April 12th, 2021 at 6:33 p.m. the regularly scheduled monthly meeting of the Board of Education for the School District of Belleville. Marion, if you could please do a roll call.
Trevor,
Here.
Ryan,
Here. Sorry. Here.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Here.
Kevin,
Here.
Mike,
Here.
Marion. 7 present.
Perfect. Thank you, Marion. All right, and with that then, again, if I could have a motion for the agenda approval with support for flexibility.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
I got a first by Kevin, a second by Jill. And Marion again, if you could, a roll call vote, please.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion. Yes, 7 in favor.
Thank you, Marion. Okay, so with that then, I am going to jump straight to point subject B, visitor guest. This time, we've got State Senator John Erpenbach and State Representative Sandy Polk joining us virtually for a little update on state budgeting and also ESSER funds. And then just, I think we were having just some open Q&A as well,
Absolutely.
right?
So yes, I would like to thank Senator Erpenbach, Representative Pope, who, just so that you know, you are on a screen in our library so that those that are here in person can see you right now. Hopefully your sound comes through because we're trying to have everybody be able to hear you at once. So hopefully that works really well. Again, I want to thank you for coming. Marion had actually seen, I think, both of you on a New Glarus School Board meeting and said, why don't we have them on in Belleville? So I reached out, and I want to thank your offices for reaching back out to me and finding the time to do this. Our main point today in having both of you here is we understand that even currently there are discussions statewide on the biennial budget that is, although there's a proposal from the governor and DPI in terms of, Sandy's trying to get on if we can see that. There's proposals again from DPI and the governors is specifically on education funding that we'd like your input on where you think that might go, that might help us. We're always trying to do our future planning, and we use a Baird forecasting model to help us try to figure out what's going to have an impact on Belleville. And then the second piece of that is any input or thoughts that you have on ESSER 2 funds. We're in a position where we were anticipating some kind of a total around $365,000 in ESSER 2 funds, but because of the combination of our Title I funds, we do not have a large free and reduced population, and so we were impacted by that, and the fact that we had a large chunk of our year in virtual learning. That total number, which we had anticipated, may be down. We were given a new total in January in the $220,000 range, and then now in the Joint Finance Committee, we may only see about $115,000, something like that, total at that point. So we're interested in your input on that as well, and then any questions from the board. So hopefully we can have about 25 minutes with you, and that would be fantastic. So Senator Erpenbach, it looks like your microphone and your video is working. So if you want to start, and I'll read Sandy's messages.
Sure. Well, first of all, I think since Sandy can't connect, we should probably talk about her because she won't hear us. But I know she's trying, and I'm getting got a text message from her. She's trying to get in and help as well. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we start with the ESSER funding? Okay. The latest adjustment you were looking at was about $222,000, and then the Joint Committee on Finance made a change to that and took about 10% off the top to give to schools who have been in year round. So the new estimate that you're looking at is about, from what I understand, about 143,000. Now you may be able to get some of that 222 total back because I think you guys have been in a hybrid model pretty much the entire time, right?
We had K through 2 in person the whole year, and 3 through 12 was virtual up through the semester, so in January. Then we brought back in the hybrid model, and now we are back all full in, unless it's by parent choice.
Right. So what will happen at the end of the day is finance is going to have to tally all of that. Or not finance, DPI will have to tally all of that. So your 143 figure, $143,000 in all likelihood will go up. So there's that. But the budget overall, the governor has put together for K-12 education, you know, I think about the best budget I've ever seen. It touches areas that I know he's heard from school district administrators, that I've heard from administrators in my district. And first of all, the general education aid is going up. It's going way up by a grand total of about $600 and some million. And that's good news. But I think equally, if not more important news, is the governor's proposing about $710 million more in special education funding, which is extremely important. It will allow the state to basically get from 40% up to about 50% funding of all special education in the state, which will, for you guys, obviously free up some money under the spending limits to redirect to what you need to have done in your school district. I'm not going to make any predictions about what's going to happen in the budget. And let me put it to you this way. This should happen this funding should happen, and it actually can happen, if that's going to be the priority of the legislature. The money is there to pay for it. Property taxes as a whole basically go up about a point and a half percent, somewhere in there, 1.5%. But overall, it's spending money where we need to. And given what we've gone through in the last year, not only, for businesses and everybody, and moms and dads trying to figure out how to do at home education and so on. It was difficult on everybody, difficult on teachers for changing and developing curriculums on the fly to try and address kids' needs as best as they could when they're sitting at home in their PJs, perhaps trying to learn. So there's going to be some catching up to do. And the governor has suggested that if districts want to expand a school year, they want to start earlier next year, if they want to, figure out a way to keep kids in school more or longer in order to try and catch up anything that was lost this past year, that they should do that. This money underscores a school district's ability to be able to do something like that, rather than just, okay, we're not getting any more money. We are locked in on revenue limits. We can only spend X amount of dollars. We have to spend on special education first. We have to spend on choice first, and so on and so forth. And then to try and address all the needs. The governor's budget overall, his entire budget, the priority has been on K-12 education. So as we go through the finance process, and I'm on the finance committee, we're doing road shows right now. We had a hearing down in Whitewater, just essentially a public hearing in Whitewater, and then it is up to Rhinelander next Tuesday, and then over to Menominee on Wednesday, and then there's a virtual public hearing in Madison. It's a chance for people to obviously chime in on the budget, what they like about the budget, what they don't like about the budget, suggestions, changes, whatever the case may be. But I can tell you this, and I know Sandy's just joining us now. I'm going to fight really hard for this K-12 budget, and I know Sandy will too. And it's not just the priority of the governor. The governor put this budget together by basically holding listening sessions around the state, and anybody could sign up for these things. And give the governor and his staff their 2 cents on the budget. Plus, he also talked to legislators on both sides of the aisle and put this budget together. So, again, for your school district specific needs, this is, like I said, I think it's one of the best budgets, if not the best budget for K-12 that I've seen, and I've been there for a while.
Sandy, did you want to add anything? I think you're on the phone now with us, and we can see you up on the screen. And I know you've...
You can?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
my God. This is not good. I
We've
can't
had
see
you in
me.
Belleville before, so welcome back.
No kidding? Well, as I was scrounging around trying to make this all work, oh, that's great. Yeah, there's a number of things I wanted to add. I was on the Blue Ribbon Commission on School Funding, and we traveled all over the state for more than a year, and we heard from so many school districts. But one of the commonalities that we heard every single place we went was the increased need for mental health issues, addressing mental health issues in schools. I can't help but think COVID has made that worse. So I was really happy to see that the governor has put in 55 million for mental health, which I hope the Republicans don't touch it. I mean, I hope it makes it through joint finance, because this was actually one of the recommendations that came out of the Blue Ribbon Commission. So we'll see if they're willing to put their money where their mouth was. They talked about it. They didn't do anything about it. And now here it is again. So we'll see if that makes any changes. I think almost as important to schools outside of the actual school budget is the fact that he's also addressing in a big way broadband. And I don't know how that affects you down in Belleville specifically, but in our district, there is a lot of issue that comes up from lack of opportunity with broadband. We hear about families driving to McDonald's and sitting in the parking lot so that the kids can pick up their homework assignments. And, it's hit and miss when you've got kids all at home learning virtually. So that is something that we need to address too. It's like a utility. Everybody needs it. Everybody should have it. And it's up to the government to do it. So, we need to step up to that. And I agree with John. This is probably the best education budget for sure that I've seen in my years there. So we're going to fight like heck to keep what we can of it. We know it's going to be difficult, but we certainly will.
I was just going to add, Sandy, that you make a great point, because when schools closed in March, we found out really quickly here in Belleville and some of our more rural spots just how tenuous the broadband is. And then even if you can get access, the quality of that access is sometimes not a high enough quality to be able to stream, to be able to see your teachers online. We've had students that even with hotspots have had to turn their cameras off so that they can be able to hear their teachers at home. So we are certainly aware of that. I think we've done a great job with our tech department, especially at the beginning of the year, trying to address those, but it continues to be a problem, just sheer quality access.
Well, and then you run into all the clumsiness that happens. Hi. It happens all the time. I am so sick of Zoom meetings, virtual meetings. I can't imagine what it's like for schools. But, you know, there's always people like me who can't connect and can't see and can't hear, and meetings don't run very smoothly. But speaking to that, John made a good point too about the virtual listening session that's coming up on the 28th, is it, John? I think. We can send you a link. Nate, I'll do that for sure, make sure my staff does. But it's really important that school districts especially, but all people weigh in on how important certain items are in the budget, and hope that a listening session actually involves people listening.
Questions from board members at this point?
Yeah, I'll go. Again, Sandy and John, this is Trevor here, school board president. Again, thank you for your time this evening. I can't agree more with you guys. I'm really impressed to see what the governor's proposed for an education budget and just overall state budget as well for the year. And to echo what Nate was saying too, as well as broadband, you know, we're a middle class family and we struggle with internet. We've got Charter Spectrum a mile down the road, but they won't install it at our house. You know, and we've tried and tried. We petitioned Charter, but yet they just won't. They won't bring it up to us. So we incurred a lot of money in hotspots personally by using our cell phones just so our kids could keep an education going as well. And that really hits financially as well, because then it's, do you get education or do you get food on the table? You know, that really hurts. But mental health, absolutely. This year has been a big struggle across the board, and really, I'm glad to see some more support there. One question I do have for you guys though is you know, we talked about the ESSER II funds, and you know, we're really appreciative of any money that we get, because we are a district that I think is almost becoming unique in that we are not working under an operating referendum. We still get by on the same amount of cash that we've had for the last 10 years, you know, with just minute increases. So we've been very lucky as a district not having to go an operating referendum. But even so, as we get to the ESSER II funds, I guess my concern is how is it fair to Dane County schools that couldn't be open because of the public health mandate to lose out on that funding that could be there, but we couldn't be open because of that mandate?
John, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I will, because it came through finance. And first of all, Sandy's right. The joint finance hearing, virtual hearing, is on the 28th. And you can contact my office or Sandy's office for the link, and we'll get that out to everybody. So it's not fair. And those who made the change knew that. And those who made the change didn't believe that, you know, they thought when schools were shut down, the doors were closed of the physical buildings, that education stopped, and it didn't. Education became, in some cases, more complicated, in some cases, more expensive. In some cases, it certainly became almost technically impossible. School districts who went to a hybrid or virtual model had to ramp up and make sure all of their kids within their district had the tools at home, you know, whether it's laptops, tablets, whatever the case may be. It had to do that almost right away. So school districts were spending money on this too, whether they were kids were physically in the classroom or not. But I work with some people who they believe COVID was a bad cold. They believe Dane County overreacted. They believe other counties that shut down or had some, pretty stringent health mandates out there were going over the top. But at the same time, you couldn't argue with the numbers that we were seeing out of Dane County, for example, for COVID. Once things really started hitting the ground here and running, the numbers kept on going up. Hospitalizations kept on going up, and you know, counties have a responsibility to keep their citizens safe. So does the state, and so do you guys as a school board. I mean, you have a responsibility to keep your kids safe as well. So while Dane County did what it did, and Columbia County might have been different, and Iowa County was different, fact of the matter is COVID was a very real thing. And school districts, whether they decided to stay open or go to virtual or go to hybrid, had to spend money either way you looked at it to make sure that kids were safe in school and as best as they could be. And like I said, tablets, laptops, whatever kids had to get to do a virtual learning from home.
And I'm not sure we're done with this yet. You know, the variants are proving to be pretty bad and more contagious. So, you know, just kind of hang on. And I think it's just incumbent that we all do what we can to protect each other and our folks at home. And, you know, it's all of this has been done and said without real consideration for the health of the citizens. And that's very concerning. So we're doing what we can. And I know teachers worked harder than they actually had to when they got in the car and drove to school and came home. It had to be more difficult. Did you guys have to spend money on technology that, you know, way over and above what you expected?
We did.
Or did your kids already have Chromebooks or something?
We are a one-to-one district, but there were costs with hotspots that we incurred, and then additional software that we needed to purchase because of we wanted to make the virtual experiences as good as it could be. And so a lot of that first $40,000 in ESSER funds last spring were spent on ramping up and getting ready for that.
It makes me laugh when the GOP will tell us that they want more virtual schools and then turn around on the same day and tell us that virtual schools aren't working for our kids and we've all got to get back in the building. You can't have it every way. And I think actually some kids maybe did better with virtual school. It's possible. I've heard of it, but we've all just got to hunker down and do the best we can with what we have. And I think you guys have done a fabulous job.
We're very fortunate to have we did spend about $100,000 on an air ionization system as well in both of our buildings as well to help protect the kids.
Kevin, did you have a comment?
No, I was just commenting what Trevor just had mentioned, that we spent roughly $90,000 to $100,000 on an ionization system for our heating and air conditioning system. I don't think in here.
So John and Sandy, I'd like to thank you so much for attending our meeting tonight. But I'd also like to hear more of the specifics on the mental health, because as Sandy just said, we're not done with this yet, and the mental health issues will linger even longer. So could you provide some specifics on what that 54 million might include?
We can, but frankly, I think I would wait until the budget gets through joint finance, because at this point, most of it is speculation and hope. When we kind of figure out exactly what we have to work with, we'll know better what we can do. I think one of the things that I recall, John, maybe you remember this too, it allows districts to pay for personnel with mental health beyond just the social workers.
Right. Current law basically limits aid to social workers, and the governor's expanded to all professionals. So that's a good thing. And it's not just mental health that's kind of wrapped up in school funding. There's mental health aspects in the governor's budget kind of sprinkled in all aspects of life, whether it's in rural areas in an ag economy, or again, whatever the case may be. But there's I think the biggest mental health kind of emphasis in dollars that the governor's proposed. Again, that most I've ever seen. Mental health, I think most of all of us in the Capitol on both sides of the aisle understand that mental health isn't something that we just kind of shove off to the side and just say everybody's going to be okay, it's going to be fine. Mental health is just like if you're having mental health issues, it's like walking around with a broken leg, and it needs to be addressed. And mental health takes all forms, whether it is drugs, alcohol, depression, attempted suicide, compulsive gambling, all sorts of stuff. And socially, it's a huge cost to all of us. To school districts, it's a cost as well. And so what the governor's proposing on mental health, I think, is great for schools. But again, it's across the board. It's all aspects of life that you'll see mental health initiatives in a lot of different parts of his budget.
And then there's a sprinkling of other things that may or may not be very beneficial to you. What is your percentage of English language learners there?
Yeah, we're less than 10%. It's a fair, I
Okay.
think, about 30 students district-wide. Out of
Okay, because there's an increase of 15% for that. I think there's an aid for low-income students with driver's ed issues. In fact, I think low-income, John, I've forgotten the amount that has been added for low-income students, that category. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
I might find it here. Anyway, we do know that income has a great deal to do with student achievement, the relationship. So the governor has added, I think it might be $75 per student in low income. I'm guessing at that as I remember, but some other items, small but important, depending on where your district is.
Thank you.
And actually, I just got a text from Jeff, who's in my office listening in. Sandy, you're right, $75
Hey.
For pupil aid.
Yeah.
I'm going to be really frank. The Republicans probably won't let the budget go through as is in the K-12 aspects, but that doesn't mean that the governor can't try and get back to that level or close to the level somehow. And he has offered to work with the majority party, not just on his budget, but also on all of the COVID-related issues we've had to deal with in the state legislature and state government. He's reached out more than one time, believe me, to work with the majority party to try and do what's best for Wisconsin. Budget's going to be a battle. The initial reaction from my counterparts on the other side of the aisle in the Senate on the Finance Committees, they're shocked that the governor is spending so much money. But at the same time, we came out of COVID financially much better off than we thought we were going to be, first of all. And then secondly, if this is the priority of the state and if this is the priority of the Democrats and the Republicans, this proposed budget as is absolutely can happen. We know it's a priority for Democrats. We know it's a priority for the governor, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of months if it's a priority as much for the Republicans.
And I think just generally, schools should be very pleased to see that we have a new superintendent, got through that election, and I have great confidence in Jill Underly. She'll be a great asset, in my opinion, to DPI. I hope you find it helpful if as you have your needs going forward. And I think we owe a big thanks to Dr. Stanford. So it's all looking better. We can be optimistic at this point.
Final questions from the board for the senator and representative?
I have a final comment. My office is really well staffed. We've got really smart people who are eager to help out. Anytime you've got a question or your constituents, if as individuals you have needs, give us a call. We're happy to help whenever we can.
Yeah, and I'd like to second that. If you have anything you need help with, give Sandy's office a call. We're up and running as well, and if you guys have any budget questions at all, Jeff in my office is about the smartest person walking around the Capitol when it comes to budget issues right now. He reads that from beginning to end several times. So if you have any specific budget questions, or even want to know timelines when DPI needs something out that deals with proposed budgets, just give us a call.
Great.
Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you on behalf of the board as well. We really appreciate your time, and thanks again for everything that you guys are doing.
All right, thanks,
Great.
guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Again, thanks for Marion for prompting that. She had seen them in other meetings, and we've had Sandy here before, but it was timely that we got this at this point. And also, Marion has been, if I don't see it, Marion prompts me to, last Friday, there was the public hearing in Whitewater, and as they explained, they're going around the state now, discussing and getting feedback on the budget. So there are places that you can listen in and provide feedback.
Great. All right. We have been in session for a little while. Would it be okay to take a 5-minute recess? Give everybody just a moment to stretch their legs, and then we'll continue on with the meeting this evening. All right, 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 7:06. Okay, that's good.
No, I'm good. Okay, okay.
Some days, yeah, some days, no. Now with both my kids older, they're getting more involved with other extracurricular activities. They want to see what they're doing. My personal job is
Well, there's just about, I shouldn't say all districts, but just about every district in the county is going to be on that. Because usually if the mix are pretty close anyway, it's very, if we went over 3 or 4 snow days, and even what we did with moving some of those days from PD days into August, we put us pretty close. Don't just adopt the resolution. Yeah, yeah.
and blowing. Hell, I don't even know how to do this. I just give this, I give everybody so much credit. I couldn't do it. It's good. I lost a lot of it. I think it's awesome that you run with them and stuff like that too. I think that they look up to you. Awesome. Thank you. Good day. Are these the correct Pantone color?
Yeah, we'll start from the beginning. Okay.
Really? Really? Really?
All right, we'll continue on this evening. Next up on the agenda is actually a public hearing as required under Wisconsin statutes 118.38, and this is a public hearing to consider the resolution to request a waiver from the DPI requiring statutory hours of instruction. As we all are aware, this year with COVID, we're falling a little bit short on education hours. So during this board meeting, the board will hold a public hearing pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 118.38, parent 1B, to take comments from the public pertaining to the board's request for a waiver for the Department of Public Instruction for the number of required instructional hours for the 2020-2021 school year. If there are any public comments this evening, or anybody wants to make a statement, we'll just ask that we'll refer back to board policy and hold the 3 minutes. No public comments?
Is anyone aware of the comment?
Sorry, Marion, I can't hear you.
There's an email, they're not finding the link. Has that been addressed?
Okay.
Okay. Well, it says 7:07 and I haven't read it, so.
Trevor, would there be the opportunity after we explain what's in the waiver to have comments if there are some at that time?
Yeah,
Okay.
Let's do that as well if there's any follow-up. So with that, Nate, as again last year, we requested a waiver and voted on a resolution for that based on COVID as well. So Nate, I'll let you take it from here and give a little bit more of an update.
Sure. Most people would remember that back in July, the board had made a decision to go with a district-wide hybrid schedule and had planned that all the way through the end of the July and into August until we got to Friday, August 21st, and emergency order number 9. And then at that point, Dane County, based on the current numbers that they had, public health that is, shut down schools for grades 3 through 12. That later changed just a few weeks later when we got into September, but the board continued to have virtual education for our students here in Belleville in grades 3 through 12 all the way up until we made a decision at the December board meeting to bring students back in 2 different hybrid models in January at the start of second semester. That continued until there was some additional leeway from public health in terms of student spacing in classrooms. And at our last board meeting, March 8th, the board brought back students 4 to 5 days a week, starting just a few weeks ago on March 25th. That has been going relatively well, and I think the students are appreciative that they're back pretty much full-time. At the middle and high schools, that's 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And at K through 5, that's 5 days a week. But there are 3 different levels of instructional hours that the district must meet. There's a kindergarten level, there's 1 through 6, and then there's 7 through 12. And what I've tried to do both in the board's notes and in the notes that are public, they mirror one another, is to give you an idea of where we may fall short. And when I say may, some of this is based on, could be individual students. We see them online, their camera might not be on, so it's very hard to judge, to tell sometimes if they're there or not. And so we feel really confident that we've met the in-person kindergarten hours. That's a fairly low number, 437. Where things get a little bit, well, it's very clear, but where we are not going to hit the mark is where we get into grades 6 through 12. There's 1,050 hours of direct pupil instruction that we are supposed to meet. And because of the half-day schedule from September 8th to March 25th, will be, I put in the notes about closer to half of that. Marion had asked to go through and give you by grade level, and you could see based on each different grade level, because they've had several different schedule changes throughout the year, that those numbers were a little bit different. What you might see at 1-2 is going to be different than 3-4, 5th, and 6th are all a little bit different, whereas 7-12 you had a little bit more consistency in schedule across that time period. At 7-12, we would need 1,137 hours. If you recall, since the start of the year, middle and high school classes have met, even virtually, 8 a.m. to 3:25 p.m. But because of some of these, some of the hurdles that we had with virtual learning, and again, screens turned off, some of those kinds of things, we can't guarantee that. So that's what the waiver does. The waiver recognizes that this was going to be a very different year. Certainly the end of 2019-20 school year was, when schools were closed, was different, and this year certainly has been different. I've been advised by my own professional organization, the Wisconsin Association of District Administrators, about the process to go through for these waivers. Again, last year we had asked for 2 waivers, the instructional hours like we're asking for again, and then the civics exam waiver. We'll still meet all the civics exam requirements that are before us, but the instructional hours is one, and the public can see the application that's been put in there and the summary that we put in as well. We're going to need that application. We've waited this long because we wanted, the administrative team wanted to make sure that we had all of our information, because we are back for the most part full time now since March 25th. We didn't know that earlier in the year, but anticipated as the year went on we would open up more and more. So questions from the board, or again we can take public comments at some point.
I would just like to thank Heather and Kelsey for totaling up the hours. So, thank you. Well, and Nate too. So, thank you.
Usually, it's not a secret, but there's a very specific formula that DPI has, and at each building it's much more simple because you're totaling in passing times, you're totaling in the instructional times that you have in your blocks or hours, and then you add in lunch and your beginning and end time, any inclement weather days that you have in there as well. So there's a whole formula that goes in. This year was, again, much different because you've got a lot of things going on within the same district. Like our K2 was very much different than our 312. And then even when we came back, the half days at the elementary school as opposed to the full days and every other day at the middle and high schools, it's been quite a year with schedules. And as our parents and students know, to get used to those schedules has been an adjustment this year. So it has been something that, of course, we don't want to repeat, and we hope that next year will be as normal as possible.
So does that formula use new math or?
Actually, it's not too bad, but we really have to get in depth if we do use a certain number of snow days. Once you get up to about 3 or 4 snow days, if you remember from several years ago, we were having to look at all kinds of different tweaks to the schedule. That would include reducing passing time, make sure that we meet those instructional hours. Remember, in the old days, it used to be days of instruction. Now it's for quite some time. It's been hours.
Open it up for some discussion. Any questions?
And you, Nate, you think that DPI will?
We've been told early on, and again, these are usually statewide calls. This year's statewide calls have been put on by CISA 5 and their director there, Jeremy Beal, in coordination with WASDA, again, the Wisconsin Association of District Administrators, and they've had DPI representatives on saying that they're anticipating these. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any that have been denied. They were expecting these, especially in Dane County and other areas like ours.
Thank you.
And again, there is a regular motion in the meeting that we'll get to if there aren't any comments or public comments.
I just have one question. So, Marion, I know you'd had some conversations too and questions and asked them for some very detailed information to calculate all these hours, which took some time for Nate to do. I was just curious, like, how can you what are your plans to do with that information? I guess I'm just curious, like, those are very specific hours and breakdowns, and what are you planning to do to empower or do with that information?
I wanted to see how many hours the students had been in the classroom.
It was actually helpful for me as well because, like I said, even like if you looked at Kelsey's building, her building has been, again, there's been K2 in person and virtual all year. And then you've had a 1-5 schedule. Remember that we brought in 3rd and 4th grade before we brought in 5th and 6th grade. And when we came back in full, 6th grade has been paired with the middle and high school. So it was good for me to see too the difference in the hours and how they compared up.
I appreciate it. I thought it'd give a much clearer view of considering how many differences there were within the grade
I'm
levels.
not discounting that at all. I was just curious because I wasn't thinking at that detailed of level. And so, I mean, not that it's not a bad question to ask. I was just wondering if you had a different thought pattern to, like, use this information to make better decisions or empower, like, just if you had some kind of thought process behind it.
Well, if we look at our collective commitments, our focus on kids and our unrelenting focus on student learning, I think that goes right along with that.
I think it also gives, because that information was shared with the principals too, not that they didn't have a pretty good idea about that, but when we talk about learning loss, getting kids back up to speed, it gives us a really pretty good sense of what would be a typical year and where we're at in 2020-21.
Nate, just to be clear, we're only looking for a waiver of instructional hours. We're not looking for a waiver of the civics exam requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, last year there was
you.
the 2, this year
Yeah.
just the 1.
Okay.
All right. Well, if there's no more discussion among the board here, I'll just one last call for public comments. All right. Then with that, we'll move on in our agenda. There's no formal process to closing out the public hearing other than so it'll be heard that the public hearing was made available for conversation. So with that, then, there was no visitor comments this evening either, neither submitted online or in person, it looks like. And again, as we did kind of ask for a little bit of flexibility in the agenda, I'll move through to the consent agenda next. And I appreciate the board's flexibility in that. But is there a motion to support the approval of the consent agenda?
Was there any correspondence?
I'm sorry.
Was there any correspondence?
No, there's no correspondence tonight.
Sorry to interrupt. I
No,
just didn't
you're
wanna pass
fine, Mike.
over.
I just didn't see it in the agenda. Actually, did I skip over it or? Oh, it is hiding right down there. Very last little bullet. Sorry. Thank you, Mike, for interjecting. Okay, no correspondence?
No.
Okay. Approval of the consent agenda then. With that, I know there was a couple last minute ads. Does anybody from the board want to remove the staffing for further conversation?
I did not have an opportunity to see any of the additions this afternoon, so
Just one addition, and that's boys varsity basketball coach resignation.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right. I have a first by Barb,
I'll second it.
a second by Kevin. Marion, if you could, a roll call vote, please.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion, 7 in favor.
Great. Thank you, Marion. Next, make sure I don't skip a spot here again. There's a lot on this agenda this evening. I apologize. So with that then, Treasury Report staffing, we are on to District Administrator reports. But Nate, if you don't mind, I'd like the student representative to go ahead and speak.
That's just what I was going to suggest. They've been here a while already.
Yeah.
It's educational. They're learning about government.
All right, thank you for letting me come up here. So tonight I'm going to talk about a couple topics that have come up with the return to fully in person. So the first thing I want to talk about is the overall classes and what we've gotten as student comments on that. So overall, we've gotten really good feedback that for in-person students, classes have been a lot more involved and engaging for students, covering more material, more class discussions. Students are just having more interaction in the classroom. With that, you also kind of see a lack of interaction with virtual students. I know in a lot of classes, you only have 1 or 2 kids online, so it is kind of hard to interact with those kids when there's not as many people logged in and involved online. With that, another comment we've had is the loss of 6 feet. Since there are more kids in the classroom, that has kind of been something that isn't as prominent, is the 6 feet. But overall, it's not really been a super big issue because in most classes, students are still pretty spaced out. Even if there's a table, you have maybe 2 or 3 students, and desks are still spaced out in the classroom. So overall, there's still distance in between students. And then one other comment that we got was the lunch situation, and to just continue to stagger lunch lines or lunch release times so that the line doesn't get super long and kids are still able to space out and eat in their separate classrooms and then go to the gym if they'd like to hang out with other students. Any questions on that stuff there? All right. So then the next topic was Wednesdays. Overall, Wednesdays have been super effective in meeting the purpose of giving students a break to catch up on homework, missing assignments, anything like that. One thing that has been really good to see is that teachers have been super clear about we're meeting today or you have an asynchronous assignment. Overall, there really hasn't been any confusion on whether or not you have class today or you have an assignment to do today. So that's been really good to see. One other good thing that we've seen is that teachers have been doing missing work days. So any students that have missing work or assignments that they need to catch up on will be required to log in and complete those assignments during what that class time would have been. So I feel like that's one thing that's been a big help for kids that were struggling or falling behind. It's really given them the opportunity to work more one-on-one with teachers and get the help that they need. And then it's also been really great for AP classes. They've had the opportunity to get together and do practice tests for the exam, like full-length multiple choice or written sections. And then they also have time for extra instruction that where they can really focus and spend more time on those AP topics. And then the last thing I have is just some special events that are coming up. So Science Olympiad, Forensics, DECA, Solon Ensemble all have state competitions coming up, and we have a handful of students competing in each of those. And then sports-wise, it's been really great having streaming and fans both in the stadium and online. There's been a lot of positive feedback about online streaming and having fans being able to watch the games even though they can't be in person since there are still limits on fans in the stadiums. Any questions?
Jen, I have a question about the prom coming.
Hmm?
Can you give us some details on that? There seems to be a lot of just questions.
Yeah, so prom coming is set for upcoming weekend on the 24th. It'll still include homecoming court, grand march, all of that. To keep up with the social distancing guidelines and everything like that, it's going to be split into homecoming court and walk. That'll be just for seniors and parents. And then it'll be split into 2 time sections that students can sign up for to attend. So the first one is yeah, and so we sent out a Google form to all of the students, and seniors could sign up for both time slots since it is kind of a senior prom and homecoming. And then all other students could sign up for one of those segments to attend. So yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, best of luck to everybody in the state competitions.
Thank you.
That's pretty awesome, to be able to make it to that, but especially in a year of COVID as well too. So thank you. Thanks again for coming and presenting as well without your partner tonight. But thank you as always. It's very much appreciated to hear what's happening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have one question.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Back to the lack of interaction with virtual students. Now that the schedule has changed again, have you gotten into kind of a rhythm with making sure that you remember we have this classmate there and kind of helping the teacher and helping each other to keep that person involved, or how has that been going?
Yeah, I would say, now that we've been in for a couple weeks, we know who's all online and everything, and there's been a little bit of students hopping back and forth, whether it's a family member sick and they're being safe and staying at home, or they themselves are sick. So you've seen a little bit of back and forth with that, but I know teachers have still been good about displaying them up on the board so that we can still see them, and when we do group activities, we'll go into breakout rooms or they'll have us log in so we can still talk to those students. So I feel like there's still communication with them, but it's just not as much as what it would have been if everybody was online.
Thank you.
Thank you
Jenna.
so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Nate, take it away.
All right. I do want to thank Jenna. I think back of a 17 or 18-year-old version of myself still in high school and standing in front of a room of adults and being able to be as eloquent as she is. She's done a fantastic, and Jack too, fantastic job this year. I'll start with some donations. We did receive 2 donations in the last cycle between board meetings. One was a $2,000 donation that has remained anonymous for the Pay It Forward scholarship. You'll see that at the end of the year with the awards program. This is an individual that reached out to Mrs. Norton several years ago and just had this philosophy that when they were younger, they had received some help, and now that they're able to do some things financially, that they're happy to give back. And the message to those that will receive that scholarship is if in the future they can do the same. It's just been a great program, and it's been in place for about 4 or 5 years, and the latest donation of $2,000 will continue that. Nurse Becky Clark also informed the district office that the St. Francis Parish had made a donation of $720 to the Backpack Club to pay for 18 April gift cards. Again, those are, I believe, the Burrisons that go home with students and their families. And so the local Catholic Church made that donation for this last month. So thank you again to the anonymous donor and to St. Francis for those donations. Communications. If I haven't said it before, Marie's here tonight. couldn't be happier with the progress that we have made with communications. I see a lot of heads nodding. The outreach that we've had through Facebook and now Instagram on the student end of things, the skylarts that come out, you're going to see almost weekly articles in the Post Messenger Recorder. There'll be another one in next week. It has just been phenomenal. And so to that point, there's two things that Marie's been working on as part of the communications committee. One is that there will be a follow-up. We just got an email tonight from a boardman and clerk lawyer named Chris Hewson on running our logos through really a search generator to make sure that there's no other ones like that, at least in Wisconsin, that are being used. And I know Mike had a question about what do we get out of this trademark? And really what it does is two things. It finalizes the process that we started quite a while ago with our logos. If we ever do have some kind of dispute, there's a little bit of backing to that then. And then finally, what it does do is, and what we've been warned about, is if we ever get into a dispute, and the example that was given to us is, and we're not going to referendum, at least in the near future, but oftentimes what happens is you'll get, in referendum situations, a no group out in the community. And sometimes those no groups will take the local district logo and then do something to it that has some sort of no attached to it. And by trademarking our logos, those are our logos. Even with our own staff, Marie's been very clear. You can't change the colors. You can't change the layout of it. They're that way for a purpose and a reason, and the staff's been fantastic about not only using it, but the uniformity of it. So we're going forward with that logo trademarking process. And then big, exciting news for those that are on the communications committee. They've seen some previews of the new website. If everything goes all right, which we anticipate it will, that website will launch tomorrow. So hopefully everybody listening at home checks out the new website at some point in the morning, and it should be active. Marie and Chris Armstrong have just spent an enormous amount of time on this. One, to make sure that all of our links are active, that the content is up to date, that we've got pictures on there that match up with our hopefully current students. Have a fantastic picture that won the photo contest that'll be part of it. Marie's done some things even with branding that do some color tinting to it. It's really going to look fantastic. The woman that Chris and Marie and I met last week through CMS for Schools, she brought up a couple of different websites as we were on our own, and she was even impressed with how it had come out. I think it's going to be so much user-friendly, so much more visually pleasing. I think everybody's going to be very happy with it, and that launches tomorrow. So it's been a long time coming. And then the last thing before we get to Mr. Spiegel is emergency order number 15. That came out over the spring break period. Took effect about a week ago on the 7th. And there's a couple of pretty major changes to it. One of the things that it did is it removed gathering limits out to outside events. One of the things then that Public Health Madison-Dane County did put in its press release is they were really specific on what a household is. And they even put in quotations, those that don't live together need to maintain 6 feet of distancing outside at all times. So although there are a little bit more freedom on our end to have some of these events, they still want families to stay together and 6 foot distance away from each other. That said, there is no longer a mask requirement once you are in that household pod at outdoor events. And that's, again, public health order. The other thing that you don't see anymore, you don't see anything in emergency order number 15 on any kind of inside distancing. It's not 3 foot, it's not 6 foot. There's no mention of that at that point in time. The other thing that I just wanted to mention is we're still having conversations with Public Health Madison and Dane County. And every time we have those, I get information out to the principals, and then Mr. Kraft, Mrs. Meyer, and Mrs. Krieger at the elementary, middle, and high schools about band and music, because at this point, they're still suggesting that anything that's done goes outside. Hopefully, again, the weather's been a little bit better. And you saw that was a big post last week when the band got outside, finally started to play. Today I walked by the auditorium and Mrs. Krieger was practicing virtually with her students singing at the same time. But as things start to open up, we will make adjustments. So 15 did do some things, gave us some more freedom, especially with our outdoor activities and events. Hopefully that will help us, especially when we get to graduation. We're hoping to have a nice celebration for graduation outside. And then
Can we do
finally,
one more thing real quick, Nate?
Yeah.
Though I think we got to give a big shout out too to the elementary building maintenance staff too for their upcycling on the kids' playground.
Yeah, and I don't, that just will, actually, that is the article that will go into the, into the paper next week. We thought we'd make it in this week. There'll be an article about exactly what you just mentioned, Trevor, about finding these old boards, being able to recycle this, saving about $3,000 instead of buying a new Gaga pit. And if you ever happen to be driving on the highway when the kids are at recess, you will see that it is Stacy McKinley shaking her head right now because she's seen it in action. It's just a very popular new attraction at the elementary. So that's great, and it's great to have kids outside running around. And Kelsey's done a great job at trying to manage now kids in different places and locations, and we're working on that from a district level to find those spots, especially at the elementary level, with playground equipment spots for them to be.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Well, tonight is Kevin Spiegel's last school board meeting, and I imagine he's smiling under that mask right now.
Looks like it.
I did calculate. I started at, and I've got something that I want to read so I don't forget everything, but I started at how many board meetings, just once a month, over 7 years, and you get 84. But then you start to add in the special meetings. Kevin's on 2 different committees. You start to add all that up. And there's a lot of time and commitment that Kevin has. So before I go off script too much, I did want to, I had some pre-prepared notes. So again, this is Kevin's last board meeting. He'll officially be on the board through the 26th of April. And so he joined in 2014, same year that I was hired as the middle and high school's principal. And so it's been interesting to go back 7 years and see all that's happened in the district in that time. There's been a lot of progress in the district in those 7 years. And I just wanted to point a couple that Kevin, as a board member, would have been integral in. There was the 2016 referendum, over $20 million, that has really put us in a good position to compete in upgrades and the expansion of our district facilities. The second thing, we now have the 3rd highest school report card scores in the county. And I can assure you that 7 years ago, when Kevin got on the board, part of the reason that he got on the board was that was not the case. And he fought to make sure that that was going to happen at some point in time. 3rd highest in Dane County and the highest in the Capital Conference South. And again, we couldn't say that 7 years ago. And then finally, Kevin, as you know, as an engineer, has placed a ton of emphasis on school-to-career programming and STEAM education. And some of the things that you see here, last year was the first year that Project Lead the Way recognized the school district of Belleville as a distinguished district. When Kevin first started in 2014, we had zero youth apprentices. 7 years later, we've got 14 youth apprentices alone, along with multiple others in work experience and then job shadows. As I mentioned, Kevin's on the facilities committee, negotiations committee, and we've made a lot of progress in those. I think also from what Kevin offers is we're trying to be forward-thinking and not reactionary. Let's analyze the problem and have a solution ahead of time rather than be reacting to those. Personally, I appreciate Kevin's calm demeanor, his sensibility, his ability to see multiple perspectives of the same issue, and his concern for the overall success of the district and its students. And like I said, I think he's been at least part of several hundred board meetings over the last few years. And I'm sure that he's going to enjoy the time that's freed up in his schedule. He's a very busy guy. At this point, if any of the other 6 board members would like to say anything about Kevin, we do have some cake that we'll cut into at some point, and then we also have a plaque and a certificate for Kevin tonight. We'd like to get his picture too before Marie has to go.
You said this is his last board meeting, but he's not disqualified from running for the board again, right?
This is true.
I think we could yank his arm.
You can try.
Try. No, I guess I can jump in. You know, I've only been on the board here for 2 years, but really have enjoyed getting the chance to know you and work with you. And I personally appreciate too as well your calmness and just forward thinking. And I as well, and hopefully maybe I can help carry on that legacy that you started as well with the career to work programs. The PLTW. I was just down in the machine shop there with Ed Newman, this week on the school tour, and I guess it's been a number of years since I've been in a wood shop, in a high school, but I was thoroughly impressed with the
Very
laser
impressive.
cutters, the CNCs and stuff, that just the technology that they have in there to prepare children, to give them other opportunities outside of only a 4-year college path. So, thank you. And so because of that too, you got a plaque and a cake. I know you're an engineer. I printed this for you. It's an engineering stick so that you can put it on your desk because engineers like to poke around at things.
Perfect.
I guess what I take away from Mr. Spiegel is fiscal responsibility. This is one thing always ingrained in my head.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Kevin has warned us about him watching our moves after he's no longer on the board, so
Don't raise
we're
my
well
mill
aware of
rate.
that.
Nothing past 9 though, right?
Right, Operation Referendum, I'm telling you, you're gonna have somebody's gonna be struggling with that.
One of my, going down memory lane here, and I've learned a lot from you, Kevin. I appreciate having you on the board, and that calm demeanor, I think, definitely has been a benefit for all of us, and your thoughtful ways of addressing whatever it is that we're discussing. But I will always fondly remember every time I drive down the main drag and see that ugly drainage pond with the fence of him wanting some shrubbery or something around there to make it lovely.
We have a jail, correctional institute going on here.
So I'm still trying to figure out some landscaping that would meet Kevin's expectations there.
I think for me, your practical perspective is something I've really liked. You're always one to kind of say, what's the bottom line? You like to kind of cut down to what's the bottom line here? What's it going to cost us? What's it going to look like? And data. You like metrics, you like data, you like to see the numbers, and I think that's been really good for this board to have a focus on that. So I appreciate that very much.
I guess, Kevin, I would, you always ask the tough questions. So I really, really appreciate that. And guess it'll give me great pleasure knowing that on the second Monday of every month that you'll be driving home after work and getting supper.
That's right,
Yeah.
which I haven't had tonight.
And you probably won't for a while, so,
Yeah.
so thank you. It's been a pleasure serving with you.
Thank you.
It really has been.
Kevin, anything you wanted to say?
Well, I am not a very good public speaker, as many of you may know. So I did write down some random thoughts and ramblings. But I guess first off, I'd like to thank the community and school district for allowing me the privilege to serve on the board for the past 7 years. Some days it feels more like 70 years, but all good. I can say for certain that I've learned a lot, and it's been a struggle at times as well, but definitely a challenge. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have met some exceptional educators, school board members, administrators, and the hardworking staff that this district employs. I'd like to offer just a couple random observations, maybe lessons that I've learned. And please, nobody take any of this personally or think I'm directing this at anybody in particular. But I guess things that I learned, number one, I needed to listen carefully and pay attention. I think it's fair to say that most of us don't have an extensive education in the background in the educational field. So we all come from different walks of life and have different skill sets. So I learned a lot by keeping my mouth shut and just listening. Number two, I need to ask questions with a purpose. Everyone's time is valuable. Everybody here has other things to do. So time is valuable. More can be accomplished by being purposeful and direct with questions. And I tried to do that. I would say that one of my main regrets while serving on this board is that I didn't ask maybe enough questions or maybe the right questions. So just something I wish I could have done a little bit better. Number three, differences of opinion are important and should be encouraged. Respectful discussions and debate are healthy. And I think that we're having some good debates. I don't think it's good for everybody just to, have groupthink and one person says one thing and everybody just falls in line and agrees with it. I think people should be encouraged to question the norm. I think a lot can be learned by having those discussions. But at the end of the day, nobody should take anything personal. I really implore people that this is all just a discussion. We're all here for the betterment of the district. It's not about personally picking on anybody or people or groups of people. So if I've said something, that maybe other people didn't like or whatever, I would tell everybody it shouldn't be personal. Okay. There's always more to the story. I mean, when I came on the board 7 years ago, and I think all of you may have come on the board with maybe some perceived thoughts, ideas, perceptions of what was happening, I can tell you that I learned very quickly reality and perception are not always the same. Some of my perceptions, I was shocked and amazed at what we were doing, and both good and bad. So, I guess I would throw that out there that listen, pay attention, and perception is not always reality and vice versa. And I think the thing that, we're struggling a lot with as a board, and I know personally I've struggled with this, is, we always want what's best for the district, what's best for the students, the staff, the educators. But at the end of the day, we're never going to make everybody happy, and that's the struggle. We want to come to a common ground or a decision that makes everybody happy, but in reality, that's really not possible. Certainly not all the time. And then number four, be positive, try to have fun. Life's too short to only focus on the negatives. So I believe that the school district is, has a lot going for it, as you stated, Nate. Project Lead the Way, I think that's outstanding what the school district is doing. I think the additional AP classes that we have are just, I think, a fantastic offering for the students. And I'm anxious to see the district be successful and continue to grow. I wish nothing but the best for the district and everybody involved with it. And I know that the staff, the principals, administration, everybody's working really hard. And I think it's awesome.
Can we get a photo, Kevin?
Sure.
Good job.
Whatever you want.
I'm smiling.
I know. See it in your eyes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks again, Kevin, for everything. Up next, then, building principal reports. Nate, anybody that Kelsey or Heather want to kick us off, or didn't know if you guys did a drawing, who pulled the short stick this month?
I'll just preface that the board had asked for some teacher input. Again, last Friday, the school board got to see what the elementary looks like, whether it was a virtual classroom or students in person, and then coming up to the middle and high schools and see what concurrent teaching has. So along with the reports that the principals had submitted, and then we did get some questions and got those answers back to the board. We wanted to try to spotlight some teachers and, again, kind of follow up on last Friday's visits.
Yep. So if there are any questions on my report, we can do those. Otherwise, I have 4 staff members here that we're going to talk to you about Bridges, our new math curriculum that we've been working to implement with lots of adjustments throughout the year. So each one kind of has a different component of the curriculum that they were going to share about that you may have seen last week when you were in the building. So I will turn it over to them.
Hello, I'm Colleen McCarthy. I teach 5th grade. So I'm just going to give you kind of an overview and the different components that are a part of our new curriculum with Bridges. Bridges is a 4K through 5th grade math curriculum designed to address math standards in a way that is enjoyable and accessible to all learners. It focuses on developing a deep understanding of math concepts and proficiency with key skills. Students talk about math, share observations, explain methods, and ask questions. Students are encouraged to find multiple ways to solve problems. This helps them to build more flexible and efficient ways to solve increasingly complex problems. Hands-on activities engage students in exploring, developing, testing, discussing, and applying mathematical concepts. It's a combination of whole group, small group, and independent activities, which are all problem-centered. The activities that students engage in daily are problems and investigations, workplaces, and number corner. Problems and investigations is the main lesson portion. It often begins with a problem posed to the whole class. The teacher monitors and guides class discussion as students work independently or in pairs, and then we share and compare strategies and solutions as a whole class together afterwards. And then Sarah is going to talk about the next component, which is number corner.
Hi, I'm Sarah Command. I'm a 1st grade teacher. So another component of Bridges is Number Corner. It is a skill building program that revolves around kind of a classroom calendar. So no more calendar time. This has a whole bunch of different activities inside that we talk about the calendar. The calendar grid features different cards for each day of the month. The cards create multiple patterns that the kids have to figure out and solve for maybe unknown numbers, decomposing numbers, composing numbers, patterns, fractions, time, shapes. I know for my 1st graders right now, we're looking at different shapes, and they're using the words quadrilateral, pentagon, and just looking at like that the shape has 4 sides, and they're using those huge vocabulary words. Another component of Number Corner is the calendar collector. So this capitalizes on students' interest, work collecting, counting, organizing objects and information. And each month is a different object that we're collecting. And they're also using different visual organizations to collect all of this data throughout the month as well. Another component of Number Corner is fluency. So this concept, kids are working on fluency at the speed which students solve problems. And this extends beyond just that paper and pencil method. And workouts are filled with activities and games and sometimes practice pages to help that flexibility and accuracy with numbers. 1st grade through 3rd grade uses a number line activity. So kids are using that number line to find numbers, to decompose numbers, work on fraction, number concepts, counting, ordering numbers, and even some fraction numbers. 4th grade and 5th grade use a problem string workout. And this workout engages students to take a deeper look at operations, relationships between numbers. Problem strings are designed to sequence problems that students construct and understand. And then 3rd through 5th grade students participate also in a solving problem activity. that this activity promotes mathematical reasoning and written equations, problem solving, and uses different ideas and strategies. And then the last component of our number corner is also assessment. More at the primary grade levels, we do interview assessment pieces, and at the intermediate levels, it's written assessments that we're working on to see what skills and foundations these students do have.
Thank you.
My name is Stacy McKinley. I teach 3rd grade, and I'm going to talk about workplaces. The workplaces is different games that are introduced to the students to reinforce concepts that we've been working on. 3rd grade, it's lots of multiplication, division this time of year, addition, subtraction in the beginning of the year, but it's just to reinforce skills. You play it once together. They're in bins. When the kids are done with the work, they can grab a partner and work on workplaces. And I've just been truly amazed by how kids can break apart numbers and solve problems with bridges. It's just been really amazing. As far as workplaces, we did have online workplaces that when we were teaching virtual. However, I don't know how many kids really dove into that, even though it was part of the assignment. So I am really looking forward to next year to see their skills being mastered using more of the workplaces.
Hi, I'm Patty Weiler. I'm 4th grade teacher, and I'm going to talk about the differences between the previous program, Go Math, and Bridges, and kind of reiterate some of the things that the first 3 ladies said, that Bridges is more of a student-led program. Students are constantly being asked to describe the strategies they are using to solve problems, so therefore students are learning from each other, not just the teacher. Bridges program is more exploratory program than Go Math. There are many more hands-on activities offered with this program through the workplaces and the number corner activities. This makes learning more fun and engaging to the students. The Go Math program used more traditional algorithms to solve math problems, whereas the Bridges program uses problem-solving skills and visual models such as ratio tables and area models. The Bridges program encourages students to think outside the box, but also introduces more efficient strategies for them to use. The Bridges program offers online tools such as base 10 pieces, spinners, fraction strips, number lines, geoboards, dice, pattern blocks, etc. All of these things the students and teachers can manipulate for virtual as well as in-person lessons. Almost everything in the program is available online. Go Math was an easier program to just pick up and teach. Bridges does require much more planning and preparation than Go Math, since we are basically planning 2 lessons a day, one for number corner and one for the math lesson. The Bridges assessments seem to be a little more frequent and are quite lengthy. Therefore, they may take the students longer time to complete, as well as the teachers longer time to correct and to assess. Any questions?
I've got a couple.
Help. Don't leave me on the island.
First off, thank you for coming in this evening and sharing some of the experience. I know that this was a big undertaking to make it a big jump in curriculum like this, and that those decisions never come lightly because it is a lot of work to onboard a different curriculum like that. I guess one question that I have 3 questions really that come to mind right now. Do you foresee a longer monitoring period because of COVID to really get good analytics from this and to see, how much better progress or lack of progress that is happening between Go Math and Bridges? Or how do you feel right now in this Bridges curriculum and its progress and how it's going in comparison to Go Math, maybe is a better way to phrase it?
I can jump in. So I would agree. I think that having the transition with virtual Bridges did a nice job for teachers. It did modify, like, if you aren't going to be all day in your normal schedule, this is what's more essential and what you need to do. So there are some pieces that we didn't teach at the beginning when we were virtual or hybrid. I would say I feel I'm in a unique place in 5th grade because it's also the last year of the curriculum, so the kids didn't get any of it before. I would say that we noticed that they tend to, kind of like Patty said, Go Math just pretty much taught standard algorithm. So they're still sometimes having trouble trying these new strategies, and they just want to revert back to what the old one taught them. So I do think at least at the upper grade levels, it might take a little longer because they're kind of in some habits that the old curriculum got them in, at least.
Yeah, at the younger grades, it's actually quite interesting. I'm seeing these kids hands-on a lot more and able to get out a dry erase board and show me something on the dry erase board, or get out a number rack where they're moving their beads to show me a 10 frame. And so I'm actually seeing out of the first graders a lot more than I have in just a paper and pencil curriculum like we had last year.
And then, do you feel that the curriculum's more adaptable then for the different learning styles that each child needs? And my last thing is because go back to my years in elementary, and we're taught with just stacking numbers and adding them up, carrying it over, and all that. And then, I personally find that I struggle a little bit with trying to understand, 10 steps and a 10 frame to get the equation completed, which I understand the logic behind it, but do you guys feel that there could be more support for like the parents to try to understand this? And because my daughter will come and ask me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm Googling, I'm trying to find it. There just isn't much out there on the Bridges curriculum unless you had like the teacher's workbook, but.
I think definitely some more parent education around it could be very beneficial. Right now, when I have parents email me like their child is struggling with this problem or this, I just tell them to bring it in. I don't want any crying at home, any fighting. Bring it in, and I will help them with it. And because you're right, they know how to get the answer, but just not in the way that we're doing it. But for the kids, it's nice because we talk a lot about we just want the right answer. There's 10 different ways you can do it. So, but yeah, parents, it can be tricky. So parents would need some more background on it.
Jones wasn't able to be here tonight. She's got 2 sick little ones at home, but she was absolutely imperative in getting this off the ground, the amount of summer hours she put in. But we said that's the number one goal as kind of our math leader in the building was that parent piece for next year. It kind of got put aside, but that was our goal this year. Big push to next year. We had a literacy night last year. Our goal would be one semester to have a math night, one semester to have a literacy night to help parents understand how and why we do things, and more increased communication on the tools that are available to parents through the Math Learning Center.
Okay.
So that'll be one of the big steps.
Thank you. It's all right. I asked a lot of questions because I'm genuinely interested in this curriculum. So,
I had a question about the tests. I think you had mentioned them being longer and maybe more intense. I don't know if that's the word. Has it been intimidating the kids at all, or have they been having a problem concentrating for that long or anything?
I would say
I think the problems are just more intense, like more steps and A, B, and C, and it's just one big problem with lots of problems underneath, whereas the old one was maybe 254 plus 312, so first estimate, then solve. This is just way more intense thinking and showing how you got it. And
I don't know about you guys. I feel like our unit tests, I actually feel like we're shorter than what Go Math had, but we have the number corner assessments that Sarah was talking about. And at least in 5th so far, some of them have been like review, so we can see what they're retaining. But then some are also things we're going to be doing soon, just so we know, do they have any prior knowledge? And they're not used to seeing that on a test, something they haven't seen before. So then I do think sometimes they're like, I'm supposed to know this, we haven't done this yet. And I just kind of reassure them, like, no, that's okay. Like, just try it out. And if you don't know it yet, then I know for when we teach that unit. So I think that's different too.
And the assessing part also is a little bit more intense for the teachers because there's very specific, like 1 point for writing the equation, 1 point for writing the label, 1 point for showing your work. You know, so there, and then the next problem, so you have to make sure you know all that, and then the next problem is different, you know, it's not always 3 points. And so then you're constantly having to check, like, okay, 1, 2, 3, yep, we got all 3 of those things. So it's just a little bit more intensive that way.
How much more time do you think you're spending on assessing the test compared to the Go Math? I mean, is it becoming a struggle to assess the tests?
Kevin, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that into the mic so the people listening on the stream?
How much more of a struggle, I guess, are you with the assessing as far as extra time?
Test, I don't find the unit test to be that much more, but the number corner test was like 6 pages, and we just did our 3rd one in March. So that was more intensive for grading for us, but the regular unit test.
I think the unit tests are shorter, so I'm probably spending less time grading those, but significantly more time grading than number corner.
And at the lower level, we do a lot more interviews, so it's working one-on-one with kids. So that's where that time-consuming piece is more trying to meet with these students one-on-one, seeing what they know, and documenting as I'm working with these students, and then going back and looking at my notes to do Stacy's 1, 2, 3 grading and the components that they had.
I think as a general rule, when I'm like forced to look at a math problem, let's say, I'm back to like Trevor, you're saying, okay, carry the 1, okay. I'm amazed at how younger learners can just do the stuff in their head. And I will tell you from my experience in the working environment, granted it's more kind of math related, engineering and stuff, but the people that can do the numbers in their head are in so much more, I guess, on top of it, and they can come to an answer quicker and move on, whereas other people that are kind of stuck back in the old world of learning are still carrying the 1 and adding the, it's amazing the difference on how these people can just come to an answer, move on, make a decision, and move on, and it's all in their head. It's just, I think it's awesome.
I had a 3rd grader in the beginning of the year, well, I guess January when we came back, or midway beginning of the year, but he multiplied for something like 119 times 63, something like that. And I said, well, you have to do a problem that you can solve. He's like, well, I can. I took 1 times, and then he just went out the whole, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, that's awesome. Like, never in a million years would I have thought he could do that and get the right answer. And it was amazing. And I'm just thought, last year that wouldn't have happened. So.
That's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value, even though it's more about showing the work and getting to that rather getting the answer. Right. And I think there's so much more value to that build up.
Absolutely.
It's not just pound the numbers in and remember your multiplication tables. It's, remember how you did this.
Right.
And I think with how engaging and interactive it is, kids are enjoying math a lot more. I've even noticed this year, just when I'm doing like a daily read aloud, kids will pull out their whiteboards and I see them doing math problems, and I've never ever had that before.
So the admin team had provided the number of hours, and I'm just wondering how you've adjusted the curriculum for the students.
Yeah. So when we were in the hybrid model, so I was a 1st grade teacher. I had my 3 hours in the morning. I taught about 15 minutes of number corner when the curriculum said to do 15 to 20 minutes, so that was a little bit shortened. The stuff that I cut out was mostly the paper and pencil things that if that included with the day, we didn't do the paper and pencil activities. And then for the actual lesson, we would do the problems investigation, and most of the time we wouldn't be able to fit in the workplaces. So now I'm able to get a full lesson, teach all the components of number corner, and now I'm able to get the problems investigation and the workplaces in.
And also because the Bridges did say like, oh, in chapter 1, you can skip this lesson, and this lesson. It's not a mastery skill. So because we had a little more time, sometimes we would just do workplaces for, a half hour, 40 minutes. And so you just kind of adjusted. We were a little ahead because we got to skip some of those. So I think this year, at least for us, we will just keep going. And then when we get to the end, maybe go back and, if we have time, do some of those things that we missed. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you again
Yes,
so much
thanks
for
a lot.
coming in
Yeah,
this
thanks for
evening.
coming.
All right. And was there any questions for Kelsey on her principal's report?
Again, I'd like to thank Kelsey for coming up with the numbers that I had requested. It really helps put things in perspective when you see number of students rather than percent of students. So thank you. And
Absolutely.
as well to Heather for taking the time to do that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks again for
Thank
the
you.
tour at the elementary as well.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah.
And the middle and high school, we have two teachers here with us this evening. We have Pete Swenson, who is a 7th grade science and social studies teacher, so does some collaborative teaching with social studies and science both. So we'll talk a little bit about perspective in the all virtual hybrid, now fully back to in person, and some things we've learned from this year that we can carry forward. And then Amy Lewis is one of our high school teachers. She does 10th grade world history along with an honors English 9 class, and our publications, as well as popular literature, which is a new course for us this year. She'll talk about kind of the whole realm of those kinds of things. So I don't know who wants to go first. Speak up.
Good evening, everybody. Pete Swenson, I teach 7th grade science and social studies, and I'm going to probably preach to the choir about everything that's gone on this year, but from my perspective as a middle school teacher, as a parent, I just jotted down some of the information in the positive and the negative and the unknowns of how the school year has went and is continuing to go. Just a premise that this is my 21st year of teaching, and sometimes it seemed like my first year. Just because of all the changes that have taken place. And I really pride myself, and many of us teachers pride ourselves of being very organized, understanding, because we have to come to the table with a lot of preparation, and this year has really put a lot of curves into the roads, and you really had to teach on your toes and learn at a very quick pace. So, to say the least. A lot of the positives out of this has just been the wonderful support by the administration, Nate, Heather, Kyle, willing to work hard to find solutions throughout this whole thing, starting back in last March, willing to listen to staff members with their suggestions and ideas of how we can continue to move forward and through difficult situations. The tech team with Dave and Chris, I know that it was brought up about the internet issues with, especially in rural communities, has been a major challenge, and I think it's one not just here but all over the place, and to be able to overcome that has just been and there's not to say that it was completely taken care of. There's always some hurdles, but to find those solutions was awesome. To any of the teachers in the middle school, high school, elementary, to stepping up to redefine their job position of what it was over this last year. Just to be grateful that we are continuing to have this job, because I just know that many professions has really affected them and put families in very tough situations. So just my overall on that, going through from last year to this year, going from the virtual, some of the things that were very challenging was just starting back in March, ending the school year, of just not knowing how the school year was going to look and what the schedule was going to be like, brought on a lot of anxiety to teachers and even parents, because not knowing what schedules were going to be like. Getting to do that job virtually, this fall was much different than like last spring. I think last spring was more of that panic teaching because we have to adjust. But this year we came better prepared with a plan and how to do it. And then, it's all about thinking about how we're going to reach to the kids. And so when we got to that virtual model, knowing how the kids were, not knowing how the kids were doing behind that screen if they weren't turning their screens on. That's a very difficult job to do, is to teach to 18 boxes and screens won't turn on. And you can get into the social economic aspect of it, that they don't want to turn their screen on because they don't want people to see where they're at. And maybe it is an internet connection that doesn't allow their screen to turn on. And then having that lack of engagement is truly, that was probably the most difficult part that I had to deal with. And you can constantly say, how can I help you? How can I help you? How can I help you? And if you're not getting the feedback from them, it's just, you don't know if you're doing your job correctly. That's the difficult part right there. So when we got into the hybrid model, that was taking those steps to help with that engagement. And I know as a parent, sometimes the schedule didn't match up between elementary and middle school. So some people were still hybrid, some people were virtual. We talked about internet at home. A challenge was trying to teach, on my end personally, we had 6 people online usually on a day, 2 teaching and 4 kids, and so that put a strain on our internet for a while. But getting back to the hybrid model, I would say one of the challenges is that you're still kind of tied to that computer because you have to be engaged with all the students, and you can't forget, the people on the screen and those in front of you. So even when we're now in this if chosen to be, to have those hybrid or to have that virtual model, it still can be that challenge of, not trying to keep everybody engaged, and it's an equity of education for all my students that I am responsible for. It is a challenge. I'm a very up and moving around person, and I found myself still trying to keep myself tied to that screen, but found ways to adjust as well. I would have to say one of my most frustrating parts is, being a science teacher, to learn aesthetically is very important to me, and I've really had to find ways to do that because many of our materials and manipulatives are shared, and we just can't share among students right now. It's just not quite there yet. And my wife, being the other 7th grade teacher, it's been very difficult in being able to adjust our curriculum to previous years. So I would have to say I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm sure it's cases that we hear all the time. There's been the changes, maybe even the fatigue fitting in of knowing not what was going to happen seems like from week to week at the beginning. And I am hoping that we are on the right path right now. But, the last couple of weeks have been much better because of that student engagement. And I think many teachers get into education because not only do they love that curriculum that they teach, but it's the engagement of the students, the social interaction with the students, and to be able to have that, they know that, like you said, to see the expressions on their face, the aha moments. The last couple of weeks, we've been able to see that more often, and that has been very positive. So, kind of like that metaphor of if you ever seen a duck in the water, that they look calm and cool on top, but they're kicking like hell underneath. I think many of us have been doing that, and teachers don't like to ask for help themselves, even though that we ask our students, make sure you ask for help. We're pretty stubborn sometimes, thinking that we got it under control, but I still think that we still have a little ways to go with that, because I know we're still trying to get back into what we want it to be like, but right now it's still the uncertainty of how things are at right now. So I would have to say that we're doing okay. We're doing good, and it's good to see the kids back into the building. So. Any questions at all? And again, I'm teaching from my perspective too. I'm just one person.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you for
thank you.
sharing.
Coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name's Amy Lewis, and as Heather told you guys, I teach a lot of courses here. So world history, English Honors 9, publications, and then I have my first semester is mythology, and my second semester is our brand new course, Poplet. So I'm kind of speaking to you guys about 3 different things. One of the reasons I actually was hoping Pete would go first, because we had kind of talked about what he was going to discuss, and I echo a lot of what Pete is saying, and it allows me to take a lot of what I'm going to say out of here for you guys. The analogy of the duck in the water, I've been teaching for 15 years. It's only my second year here, but I consider myself an experienced teacher, and I don't think I've ever worked this hard in my life. And I think it's because, as Pete said, it's really interesting. This has really come full circle for teachers, right? Because it's really funny. Today I was talking to the students, and they're like, we're always bantering, and they're like, well, Mrs. Let's just do what you did last year. And I was like, we weren't here last year. I was like, that was completely different. They were learning at home, and it was a different experience, and so much has changed for us. And although we had a better plan and we felt more prepared, and we cannot say it enough times that I think I've told you guys, I have a daughter here, I opened and enrolled her here. We have the best teaching staff. They are willing to do so much, but we have the best administration. I think every time we talk about them, you'll hear teachers say solution-oriented. And so we're always bringing stuff at them, and they're always fixing or helping fix or looking at solutions. Regardless, I don't think any of us had any clue how much work this would be. And I think Nate sent all of us an email as we were kind of approaching the end of this year. And I remember just feeling like there was just kind of a big weight off my shoulders when he sent it. It was kind of talking about how maybe we're going to start transitioning out of this. And it felt so good to hear. And then one of my colleagues yelled down the hallway, and when fourth quarter started, he yelled really loud. He said, 9 weeks, we can do anything in 9 weeks. And he yelled it. And it was just such this yeah, you're right, 9 weeks, we can do this. So we are really tired ducks. It's looking ugly out there, Pete. But I think that bringing the kids back, I felt so ridiculous because as they were coming in, and I'm already an emotional person, but they're coming in, and I'm all teary-eyed, and they're oh, Mrs. Lewis has pink eye or something. I'm no, I'm teary-eyed because I missed you guys. We miss you when you come back. There's so much excitement. And actually, one of my students was talking to me. I had to have a really good conversation because she's online for safety reasons, and she's struggling right now because her peers are in class, and she knows there's a lot of interaction, and she knows there's a lot of excitement in the room, and that's where she wants to be. But for health reasons, she's home. So we're trying to watch out for so many kids right now. And so many kids are on our radar. So, but it's every time things get better, every time another order comes out, I think it breathes a little bit more life back into us, and it's been really good. The 3 courses I specifically want to talk about is publications is one of them. The reason I want to talk about this is it's really hard to put together a newspaper and a yearbook when everybody's at home online. We have Chromebooks, which normally we would use a lab with a very high-end computer that would be running Adobe. So immediately Heather and I had to meet and figure out where are we going to go with that, because we can't run Adobe on Chrome. We've done so much, again, problem solving. To have these students back in the classroom is huge. It's just been huge. To be able to work with them. So I know all of our hands-on teachers, even though, like Pete said, we're making a lot of adjustments on what we can share and do, it's been such a game changer for those kids. The other class I just want to talk about is world history. And the reason I wanted to talk about that one specifically is because I want to thank Mike, again, we applied, my students, as we started the year, it was just world history. It's either love it or hate it sometimes. We try to get some really good stories in there. It's really storytelling. But the curriculum that we currently have works really well in the classroom, but it did not work well online. And right away, I went to Heather and I kind of talked to her about that what we had done previously wasn't working and it wasn't engaging. So I looked into a program called Students of History, and it was, they had 2 different kind of world history add-ons that you could add on to your curriculum, and it fit our curriculum perfectly. It had the same units and modules, the same content, and it fit us really well, but it was beyond my regular classroom budget. So one was about $350. I think both of them were about $350. So Heather suggested the Awesome Fund, and we applied, and Mike approved us. And I just, because this is Kevin's last board meeting and he likes numbers, the first, Kevin, this is for you, a good send-off. The first unit package gave us over 400 resources. And when I tell you resources, I'm not telling you like one YouTube video. I'm telling you those are like actual worksheets, content, activities. We could be debating, we could put on a trial, we could be acting things out. I mean, so every different learner is covered. So what my job is, and I wish I would have been thinking ahead of the game and done this in the summer, this is one of the reasons I'm a really tired duck, is sorting through all that material and finding the right one for our classes with virtual, but it has been a game changer for world history. The class is so much more engaging. After doing it for a while, we got the second bundle, and that was 500 resources in the second bundle, and I'm so excited this summer to work through what we're going to keep and really comb through it again. But I just want to say that is over 900 pieces of curriculum, and even if that curriculum took us an hour to create like each worksheet, I mean, we're talking about $18,000 worth of curriculum hours, and it's made by a company called Students of History. And I would just encourage you guys, like from the teacher standpoint, is maybe to continue to look at that, because for roughly $650, there's no way you could pay me in the summer to get that kind of workload out for that kind of money. It's just like such a smart investment in the curriculum to build on the curriculum, and such a great way to reach so many different learners. And those things are out there. They really are out there. So as a board, I would just encourage you to be like open to those things, because in the long run, it could save you a lot of curriculum dollars, because a lot of resources are out there. And then the only other thing that I wanted to mention is last year you guys approved a popular literature course. And I mentioned it to my students today. And so I wanted to share with you, I'm so grateful that this course was second semester, because we talk about a lot of big topics. And they're topics that the kids say they're hard and they need to be discussed, but we have really, really good discussions out of them. And I asked the kids I said, if you were talking to a board member and they asked you about popular literature, what would you say? And I got so much. Especially when I told them it would be anonymous. But I just took, I think, 3 students to give you feedback. One student said, taking popular literature has taught me a lot about the real world. Until this class, I was never a fan of reading, and the books we read I couldn't put down. Popular literature is a class I think all students should take, because like public issues taught by Mr. Zier, popular literature teaches us about the real world, and we can relate to it while also learning. I've enjoyed this class so much, and I'll be sad when it's over. Another student said, the subject matter is very relatable to teens and situations actually going on in our lives, like mental health issues and racism, for example, and awareness of other certain causes. And then this was my favorite one, because I thought this was gonna, I told him to be as honest as absolutely possible, and I thought this one was gonna take a dive, but it turned around. It says, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of reading, but I love Pop Lit. It's not a normal English class. It also sheds light on a lot of larger issues in society today. Popular literature invites longer conversations about issues that sometimes don't get talked about too often outside of popular literature. We talked about some pretty intense topics. We're reading The Hate You Give right now. And of course, that leads us to discussing George Floyd's trial often right now. And so these are topics that they get to talk about. There's a lot of it's really student-run discussion, a lot of research into what's going on. And these are conversations that our kids really need to have. And I've been so proud of how well they've done. They're such a great group of kids. We have 24 students in that class, but they are fantastic. And one student, one of the things that I didn't say about one of them just mentioned how freely they could talk without being judged and how just open the conversations could be. So the only other thing I guess I would encourage is like, coming from other districts where we had a lot more electives, I would just say that electives have so much value. Sometimes, it was really funny. It brought up a conversation where the student said, "Well, this is an elective, Mrs. Lewis, so we don't have to do what the other English classes do." And I was like, "Wait, what? Who gave you that impression? We're still following all the standards and we're still hitting those things." And then they're like, "Well, I guess we are, but in a different way." And so they don't correlate, like, "Oh, Mrs. Lewis didn't have us correct a sentence on the board, so this isn't an English class," right? So we're doing so many of the same standards and so many of the things that they're learning that sometimes I clearly today realize they don't even know how much they're doing. But I just want to say thank you too for approving that course and for putting the budget out there, because they're really valuable and they hit more students than you know, and inspires a lot of kids in different ways. And I would say that when another teacher looked at my roster, she said half those kids won't read, and because maybe previously they didn't. They said we weren't readers, and I made them sign a reading contract, which one kid said I need to be more specific on the amount of pages next time. But they're good. They read and they do it. They don't want to be left out of the discussion, especially in small groups. They want to be able to share and discuss. So I've taken up enough of your time, though. Any questions?
Amy, thank you so much. Even over the past course of the year and stuff, for speaking out, sharing your feelings, sharing your perspective, all that is so valuable to hear. So thank you for that. And also, I think that's one of the big things that all of us can take, is that there is so much to learn as we come out of COVID, of what we learned during COVID and how to apply it into our education models going forward. There is so much value in that, and you hit it spot on. Additional resources like that are so highly value added, that is actually, while it's a little bit of money up front, it's a lot of savings down the road. But it enables, it allows us to be more nimble, in the event that we do have to go back into a virtual model for some reason. We're better prepared with a mindset like that, I feel like. And the pop literature, that real world relationships to the kids is, I remember that's how I learned. If I can relate to something that's happening, boom, I'm on it. I'm engaged. I want to talk about it. I don't want to be left out. So that is awesome to see that, that they're engaged. They want to read the literature that you're putting out there. So I'm really glad, because I was kind of on the fence at first and stuff. And so I'm glad to hear that, making this course possible and the engagement that you're getting out of it. And this is only year one.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what comes in year two.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or feedback or anything for Heather from her board report?
I'd like to just say to both principals that I really appreciate, and I know the board appreciates, the reports that you put together. I mean, 7 years ago, the principal's report was basically what the high school boys basketball team, they won or lost the night before. And I'm not exaggerating too much. And it's not a slam against the previous administration or principals, but that's just the way things were done. You guys are putting together a tremendous amount of work and effort, and it's appreciated. I mean, it's very spot on. It's purposeful. It's very valuable information, and I want to say thank you.
I had a good mentor.
Just one last note too, Amy. I had one other note here that I just wanted to share too as well, is that continue to encourage you, the culture, the diversity, the conversations, supporting all of our different groups and recognizing each child as an individual, our LGBTQ groups, and all of those, the sports, the non-sports, the arts. I think having all of that engagement and having those tough conversations that are happening is fantastic.
I have a question about when we purchase curriculum. Does any curriculum include any sort of resources like we're getting with this third party that we would be better off going some other route when we change social studies or English the next time?
It does, and we do look at that. Usually when you've got vendors and you've got multiple competitors in those vendors, they'll give you a sample package and you can see what they have to offer. And then our staff is also very good at both buildings at finding resources, and if they think it's a good supplemental to what we already have, advocating for those. Even some of the things that we do online, like we're still currently using Edmentum. There's resources there for brand new teachers that have never taught a course. It's got every course down through about 6th grade that teachers could get online, look at, and see if they want to use any of the resources that are on there. So I would say that our teachers are very good at finding the resources that they need and want, and then advocating for those. And you'll see some things, like things that we use this year in terms of supplemental curriculum for online that will probably fade next year as we come back in person. And those resources being allocated someplace else for in-person use then.
Great. We had a lot in that section to cover, but it was really good, valuable information. So thank you to everybody for their time invested in that to share that with us tonight. Moving on, we already listened to our student representative this evening. Next up is a CISA 2 report.
Before we start with that, I just want to say we kind of, as we toured the schools last week, we kind of got a feeling of what teachers are dealing with virtual and having kids in the classroom. And we have Ryan up here, and we have been kind of ignoring him. So, hi, Ryan. So, okay, so CISA.
Hi guys, sorry about that. I didn't want to bug you guys through the speaker system or whatever here, so. But I do want to say I appreciate hearing from teachers here. This was really great. And I really appreciate the hard work, guys.
Thank you. So CISA met on March 16th, and just a few of the things that we covered. We're moving the administrator's evaluation to June. Dan talked about the emergency assistance for non-public schools, which is like $77 million. And then the delegate convention will be June 15th. And then we approved salary increases for the CISA 2 staff for the 21-22 year. Usually we wait a few months, but we had it in the director of financial services felt comfortable, and we evaluated, I think, 6 different possibilities, and he felt really comfortable with the one he recommended. And so we went with that, and I think the CISA 2 staff appreciates the early confidence in them. And so we'll have our meeting next Tuesday, and so all good stuff.
To CISA 2 as well, we just got a renewal from CISA 2 that we'll bring to the board at our May meeting to update some of our services with them.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Marion. Next, finally getting into some discussion, possible action items. So,
Trevor, could I hate to interrupt. We've had Lisa Voisin from Baird on the line. I wonder if we couldn't go down to possible action item F and start with that so that Lisa can get on to the rest of her night.
Thank you, Nate. I didn't even see her back there. I apologize.
There she is. She's even on the big screen now.
Yeah. Lisa, my apologies. Thank you for hanging
Oh,
in
no
there.
worries. No worries at all, you guys. I worked late into the night many nights, so I was just busy answering emails. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly review the cash defeasance that's on the agenda. So it's a little bit different than what we've done in the past, but we have been managing your tax levy. I think it was 2 years in a row now where you've over levied for the debt payment to manage mill rate and levy. And very common practice, I've done this probably 30 or 40 times yet this spring with Wisconsin school districts where they take that additional dollars that you levied last year and they use it to pay off debt. And last year we just prepaid debt. And this year we are going to do what's called a defeasance, which is still prepaying debt. But the debt isn't callable or prepayable until 2025. So we'll put the funds in an escrow account and hold on to those funds until 2025, and they'll pay the debt off. Once we wire the funds into the escrow account on May 26th, the debt's off your books. So by doing this defeasance, using about $1 million to prepay debt, you're saving district taxpayers $441,000 in interest cost. You're paying off debt and saving district taxpayers $441,000. So great job, and that's what essentially what the resolution is on the agenda.
And you'll notice that I have actually two motions. One was my first motion, but then when Lisa and the Baird representative sent it, they asked us to be fairly specific in the motion that I have for the board tonight. And again, on Kevin's last board meeting, we've at least in the last couple of years tried to keep that mill rate steady. And because property values came in higher, we had this these extra funds. And again, you look at what is $1 million now is going to save the taxpayers $440,000 down the road because that last payment is at the highest rate. There's a couple of 3.75% interest rates on there in one of the documents that the board has. So we're paying off a portion of that highest debt at the end of that referendum debt that we have. So I don't know if you have. We've talked about this in October when we first looked at it at the end of October. Now it's time to take the action on it. So I don't know if you've got questions from myself or Lisa or Sherry. Again, Sherry's in pretty constant contact with Baird. And again, we use the Baird forecast model to do a lot of our projections. And so again, this is a real solid advice that I think is going to be great for the district in the long haul.
The one thought that came to mind on this is that if we find ourselves in a position like this again, where we got these additional funds, can we do additional defeasances like this? Are there opportunities to pay forward like this?
Lisa, you want to take that?
Districts do it all the time, year over year. Okay. So based on whatever the state budget's going to look like this fall, you're in a really good position because you don't necessarily have to. But it's likely you will. It's likely you'll do this year over year for the next couple of years.
Great. Okay. I was hoping that this wasn't just a one-time opportunity, and if we find ourselves in a positive position like this, we can leverage something like this continually.
And there's other opportunities as we, you could add to our capital fund that we have about 70. I think that's on the latest, I want to say, yep. You can always find that in the treasurer's report. We could add to that as well as we get major projects coming up too.
Perfect.
And Nate, the district has done this before, correct?
I don't have the history on that, but I believe so.
Not a defeasance, but prepaid debt. You have prepaid your state trust fund loan, which was callable right away, so we just paid it off. This is the first time you've done defeasance, and again, the only reason why we call it that is because the call date is out into the future.
Okay. Yeah, we just can't pay on that right now because of the loan contract agreements. Okay.
Yeah.
Will that money be earning any interest while it's?
Yes, it will be. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's only allowed to be legally can be only invested in U.S. Treasury securities, which is not, you may know that yielding a lot, but we're definitely investing those funds.
Perfect.
I just recall that Pam had talked about it a couple times. I can go back in my notes, but so I'm just wondering if we didn't follow through with it or something, but I recall.
I was just looking at your historical mill rates, and I see there was a couple years you went 1089, 1089. So that tells me maybe we did do a defeasance in that year. Dropped to 1076, went up to 1173, which was the referendum, I believe. 1038, and then of 1046. So you've been very steady. So it's likely I can look back. I just looked at last year, and I knew you had prepaid that last year. But it's likely you may have done it in previous years.
Yeah, I believe we have.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion to support?
I had a question about the motion. You
Oh, go
said
ahead,
that
Mike.
it was supposed to be more specific, and the one you crossed out had a more specific dollar amount, but the one that's not crossed out is more specific in general.
Yes, the second motion that you see there is the Baird recommendation, and I'll always go with the experts.
I would assume that because the amount would be making interest, that you don't want to put an amount in the motion.
Right. We probably had a preliminary amount, and we locked everything in on Friday.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution authorizing the transfer of funds and the establishment of an escrow account for the defeasance of certain general obligation refunding bonds dated April 4th, 2017.
You got a first by Kevin. Is there
I
a
will
second?
second it.
A second by Marion. All right. And Marion, if you could, a roll call vote.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion, yes, 7 in favor.
Thanks for your time, Lisa. We appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night, you guys.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled agenda. Consider taking action and resolution requesting the waiver of hours for instruction for the 2020-2021 school year. If there's any more discussion on that, if not, I will support a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution requesting a waiver of hours of instruction for the 2020-2021 school year due to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
I'll second that.
First by Barb, a second by Mike, and then Marion, if you could, a roll call vote.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion, yes, 7 in favor.
We'll get that submitted to DPI then. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, this next agenda item is a 2021 spring coaching contract approvals.
And you can see that we have quite a few new assistant coaches. There's one there for baseball with a new head coach. One of our own staff members, Mr. Legal, would be an assistant track coach. And then an alumnus of Belleville High School, Bailey Hubbard, would join as an assistant girls soccer coach. I also, for the public and for the board, did note that this true spring season is pushed back, and then we'll run fairly deep into what would be the summer in through June. So you're going to start to see these true spring sports start up within the next week, and then there's going to be that overlap that Wayne has talked about, and he's done his best to try to schedule so that we don't have competitions on top of each other and kids and coaches have to choose.
I have a question concerning the track and field middle school coach. as needed? What are we implying by that?
Sure, and Jean's here tonight too. So we are going forward with middle school track. Mike had that question today. At first, we weren't sure how many other districts were going to be participating. There hadn't been a lot of interest earlier in the year in many other middle school sports and running with other districts. Track will run. Sounds like, Gene, I think the last time I checked, there'd be about 3 events that the students would participate in. So part of that is at the middle and high school, they put up a sign-up sheet. And let's say if Jean's got 40 kids, okay, she could handle 40 kids. If all of a sudden she's got 80 on her roster, that would be where the as needed comes in, because all of a sudden you've got one coach and sometimes supervisor for a ton of kids. And middle school tends to, well, my friend's going out, so now I'm going to go out as well. And that's great. We want kids to have fun and we want them to expose them to a sport, but we're never sure what those numbers are going to look like. Where at the high school, you can sometimes project you have this many 8th graders that are going to come into 9th grade and then moving up, through the ranks. Middle school's a little bit different that way. So that was where that would come in.
Especially if this is the only sport that's actually.
Great point, Mike. Yeah.
So do we have somebody in mind if it is needed, or we'll kind of cross that bridge if we have to?
Wayne just put that out as a wanted coach in his last email. So if there's any staff that are interested.
Okay.
So I don't know that there's anybody specifically in mind right now. Right now, the number that is signed up and expressed interest is low.
Okay.
So I'm thinking there is 25 maybe on the list. But again, once you start, then there might almost also be, oh, I want to do that too. So you could have that kind of a jump as well.
Okay.
At this point, it would be my lowest number ever at this point, if what's on that list.
At what point do you think you might need some help? You get to 35,
well, to be honest,
40?
I've identified myself as 58.
Holy crap.
But the concern there comes when you become good at hurting cats. You can hurt middle school. And I say that in a loving, good way, not a mean way. But the concern is that when you get to a certain number, if you have something happen to one student, you've got another coach there that can either be with the student who's injured or sick or whatever, and you can still kind of take care of the other one. And when you have a smaller group, the bus driver can help you, or there's parents there that can help you. But at some point, then you have too many. So I don't know what the magic number is.
I get the impression we're not close to it.
At this point, I would say no.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially with, I'm talking to Wayne, because of the numbers that I've had in the past, I expressed an interest in trying to have our meets mainly at home, if at all possible. And so at that point, that makes the organization a little bit different, because we don't have to worry about all those kids on a bus, all those kids at a visiting school, because at home, we're just at home.
Right.
And so if we can get our, at this point, we have 2 dates for 2 home meets, and we're not doing our big invite because of numbers. So if we're able to stay at that lower level, we'll be good.
Okay.
Any other discussion? If not, anybody would like to support a motion?
I make a motion to approve the 2021 spring coaching contracts as presented.
I'll second it.
First by Kevin, a second by Marion. If you would please, a roll call vote.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion. Yes, 7 in favor.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next up is the approval of the Boys Golf Co-op of Monticello for the 2021 to 2023 school year.
And because this is a renewal, there's no new paperwork. What happens here is if the board decides to renew, it goes to the Capital Conference for their approval and then goes on to the WIAA. we have talked about golf becoming a Belleville-only sport in the past. I double checked with Wayne. We are getting awfully close to that. It does, remember the way that co-ops work is we are charged kind of a base fee and then per golfer after that by Monticello, but they are the host, kind of like Belleville being the host for Sugar River Raiders soccer and wrestling and track and field. At this point, though, the numbers aren't quite there. We'll have 9 Belleville golfers this year. We'd like to see that. At one point it got to about 13. We can sustain a number like that, then I think we could have our own program. That does shift the funding mechanism because we're no longer paying another co-op, but we'd have to employ a head coach. And then I do think that, well, I know Wayne has been working with local courses if that time ever does come, so that we would have a home course that we could use. And what typically happens there is that the golfers do not pay greens fees. The course uses that kind of as a promotion. And so the golfers go there after school, usually play a round of 9, and the coaches are there to supervise, help, meet them along the way, give them any advice that they see. So this is just a renewal. We do have a JV coach on staff. That's Mr. Farrar.
How many golfers did we have last year?
I think that the peak was 13, and I believe that was last year, Kevin. And again, we're back down to about 9. That number seems pretty steady. That's another one that we started even smaller than. I think we had 4 or 5 that we were participating in. Now we have more than Monticello. That's one where I think as our athletes start to play, they bring along others with them that they know. Like, I've golfed with this guy before. He's pretty good. He should come out for golf.
I think last year one of the golfers actually had a hole-in-one, didn't he?
I believe you're right, Marion. Yeah.
Any other discussion? If not, is there a motion?
I will make a motion to renew the boys golf co-op with Monticello through the 2023 season.
And a second?
I will second it.
First by Marion, a second by Mike. If you would, Marion, a roll call vote.
Trevor?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Barb?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Marion? Yes.
Perfect.
7-0 in favor.
All right. So we're reaching about the 9 o'clock hour. Would you guys be okay with another 5-minute recess, and then we'll continue on. The next few topics are going to take some discussion. Would that work for everybody? Okay.
Great. We are going to give you a midnight. What's that?
Well, please dig in. I sit on my butt all day. It's like coming over to spend the day with you guys. So we'll be working together. Very good. Yeah. So anyway, on the technology of here. Yes, I've seen you many times. That's great. Yeah. So anyways, congratulations. And yeah, thank you. towards working with them. So, yeah, not all of this.
No, not all.
No.
Some are better. Some are worse.
Yeah. So anyways.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do.
Well, I think I'm coming in at a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's far better coming in now than coming in here.
Yeah. Administration is good.
I could not agree more. I mean, that to me is such a. I don't think a lot of people don't realize that.
Bye.
Hey, have a good night.
Yeah. So anyways.
Yeah, I remember when Nate came on as a principal, my two boys are.
Yep. I'm really impressed with Cole because he runs the TV studio down there, and he works hard down there. I mean, he tries to get it to go. And they don't have the best equipment right now either. So
he's loved it. It's been such a great fit for him, and then he's doing the fellowship now because of that.
Okay.
I think for our dominant.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's this crazy thing that keeps smaller and everything. But yeah, we just
25.
You're rating.
Yeah, you advertising dollar is going down. So,
yeah, when Nate first came on as principal, you got to know him that.
Yeah.
And we made the decision to move each of them to the administrator.
Yeah.
Our first reaction was, why? We were terribly disappointed because he was so good as a principal, and now seeing him in this role for a while, I get it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a number.
Yeah. We'll see how the setup is, but I may need Cole for that week, the graduation weekend.
Yeah, that's fine.
Basically, we'll put together some football stadium. There's going to be some kind of setup, and I'm going to be.
Because they're doing everything.
No, I'll talk to him, but I'm waiting for Rams to kind of yeah, I think he would really like that. We've got people that we work with. I got a guy that I work with on me. He's kind of set it up, but we're going to do it. Just me to do it. So.
Evan, do you want like that? Are you
So
at the
anyways,
kids like you want the balloon?
Yeah,
right. Quarter piece, you know.
You need to eat as much. Yep. We got two boats. Yeah,
I'm very thankful for my yeah. Rams is a lot. I wasn't he's more interested in the secret.
Yeah.
And that pool is so completely comfortable.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Niles played hockey, didn't he? Does he still do it?
We didn't play this year.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just
but yeah, we're gonna be playing next year.
My son is the grad school for athletic training. He never played hockey, but that's what he wants to go do. He'll be a trainer for a hockey team. And he's got a chance to go to St. Thomas. But he's excited about got an opportunity to start. But it's like I said, the only way we knew how hockey is bad for the season hockey. Yeah, I remember talking to him about it. Not when I was down there. We were talking to him all about it, and I knew that he played a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
He's also a big so yeah, that's the one that's interesting because we've
yeah.
We've had this conversation, but that's great.
You got to
we'll support you. And you need that. Yep. And so you don't thought of that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I think so. Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, we don't have too many more now.
No, it doesn't have to be right this minute. Okay, but tomorrow or whenever. Sure. And then once Becca gets us some stuff, just in case some of us are. Once Becca gets us some stuff.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Mike's sitting down before the gavel.
Oh, the one that you read, White. Yeah. No, he had said that he had met you, but he didn't say what it was about. Yeah. He was actually texting me about a Brewer game at the same time. So. Probably Maddie or Meredith. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Motivated. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. He actually, Randy used to has a realtor.
I might be able to add something.
Restaurants. He actually works for the school district up there now as their food service director. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. I can't take my mask off.
No, they're in the snow. No, because I'm very. If you choose not to eat it all, Mary, we will not judge you.
I will. Wait a minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, heck yeah. On the corner.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. They do a pretty good job.
Yeah.
I don't understand frosting avoiders.
Oh, come on, Dave. Dave, you better do it.
I don't really need it.
Nobody needs it.
Oh, I know. I didn't want to hear everybody. It'll keep me awake now. For
Right? A little sugar buzz to get us through.
No crap.
Can we tease Ryan? Mmm.
I'm
feel like
hearing
I'm
the
missing
cake is
out on
delicious,
cake here.
Ryan.
Yeah, I feel like I'm missing out here.
Nate, you can turn your camera off and have those cakes.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
All right, if we're ready, as you guys kind of nibble along here, we'll just open up the next topic of discussion then, and it's an update from Kelsey and Jean on the swimming pool use, schedule fees, pay rates. So I think there's a lot of good information here, and I wanted just to have a moment to take a break so we could kind of refresh our minds here.
So yeah, Jean and Kelsey will give you an update, and in the public content for the board too, there is a calendar on the opening date of the pool, closing date of the pool, and then a swim packet as well. We did have a question from the board on open swim and lap swim times, which I believe Jean is now going to add to the packet. Thought that was in there. The other piece after this update is something that we haven't considered, and I think it's been at least 7 years, about the time Kevin got on the board, is an increase in pay for the workers at the pool. And one of the concerns is, and I'll let Kelsey and Jean talk about that, is at $7.50 an hour, minimum wage at $7.25, we are up against other pools, up against the likes of Duluth and the factory work there. And so to try to find workers that, one, will come for that wage, and then two, come back year after year for that, is going to be difficult. And so we'd like to try to address that now, and so that we get workers that not only will come for one summer, but come back potentially in another couple of years. And you can see that in the initial proposal, that would raise that minimum, that wage, I shouldn't say minimum wage, the wage at the pool for the lifeguard from $7.50 to $9 an hour, and then those that have the water safety instructor license up to $11 an hour, and then the head guard gets to $2.50 above that. I didn't know until just recently, talking to Jean and Kelsey, that when the young people that we have working at the pools get a lifeguard license and get that that water safety instructor license, they're paying that on their own. So that does add up. They'll talk about the cost of that, but at $7.50, it takes a while to pay off a $150 license as well. So that will be part of the discussion tonight too. So I'll pass it over to them.
Sure. I think it was 2014 that was the last time that this came to the board for any sort of increase. That's at least what I could find in my documents that I had. But Jean was able to contact all of the aquatic area professionals. She's part of a group that pulled all of that data for you. But this is the first summer I think we've had any lifeguards that said, or potential lifeguards that said, well, what's the pay? And typically it's always been a job that they've said, you know, it's just something I'm passionate about, it's something I'm interested in, I've been on swim team, it's something, and now they're actually asking, well, how much does it pay? So that was kind of our sign that we needed to look at this again. And in the past we've had, it's pretty much never been a question, once you become a lifeguard, you're gonna get that WSI certification, because that's the only way you get a raise, you have to be certified for that. Well, we're finding kids that go, I don't want to teach swimming lessons. I really like just being a lifeguard, and there's a place for that too. And so paying that at $7.50 doesn't They might stay for a summer, maybe two, but then we won't keep them much longer than that either. But there is a place for that too. So we would really like to see an increase in those wages for kids to keep quality employees and continue to have them come back year after year.
So I guess, go ahead, Kevin.
I was just going to say, excuse me. I think what you've presented here makes complete sense. My first question is, what do you estimate the additional expense to the district to be?
Actually, Sherry has done that. It would be about $5,000 over the course of the summer.
Okay, and then my next follow-up question to that is, what do you anticipate potentially raising the family passes or daily passes to offset that?
We could. We looked at the daily rate first. That hasn't been raised in, Lord knows, Sherry. I mean, probably since I was in high school was when it went from $1 to $2, or it might have jumped $1.50 to $2, something like that. It's comparable in New Glarus, though. So the daily rate is the same in New Glarus. $2 for kids, $3 for adults, $3 for non-district kids, and $4 for adults, for non-district adults. So that is comparable. We could look at bumping that. Again, the pass rates were also similar in New Glarus. Not a big difference there, but they are extremely low from what you'd see at a Madison pool. We also don't offer what Madison pools necessarily offer, but hopefully if that splash pad is really in our future, that would be a big draw to our community as well. So I think if we raised all of those prices this year, that in anticipation of what's to come as well, they'll offset what we need to pay our lifeguards to maintain them. So even if we raise everything by $5, or if you raise the individual pass by $5 and the family pass by $10, I still think it's quite a deal for the entire summer. I completely
agree.
Yeah.
I think it's a great deal.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're getting your swimming lessons for free as part of that. Beyond that, not even part of that, but just all swimming lessons are free for residents.
Is this something, though, that we could look at using? I know all these funds come out of Fund 80, but I mean, if we're talking $5,000, just for this small little bump, but I mean, we're talking not even a half a cent then on the tax revenue, in a raise of that is that something that could be an option too, to help keep down the passes and not having to change those pricing?
That would come up when we levy in the fall again at the annual meeting time.
It's just an idea, rather than spread that.
So Fund 80.
Yeah, I guess I'd look at Fund 80 first to keep, because I think you make a good point, is that right now our pool doesn't have the same offerings that other pools do. Future state, yeah, absolutely. When we get there, I think it makes sense to ask for an admission at the for what we have to offer, but at the same time, we've done so well, I think, in the district over the past years to keep that low and enable so many to be able to use that as a resource through the summer. And I get that, if it push comes to shove, a couple dollars here or there probably isn't a big deal, but if we're only talking like less than a half a cent on the levy for Fund 80, maybe that's an idea too.
I hear what you're saying, but I also think that additional $5 on a family pass or something like that is also negligible. And it's not going to prevent somebody from going, or families from getting their yearly pass.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you're probably right too. Yeah.
I think that the current cost or the fee structure is really, really reasonable. So I think that there's room probably in both areas to try and fund it a little bit better. I'm certainly in favor of raising the wage. Absolutely, I think that's to me that's definitely something we should do.
Is there a way that we could pay for some of this training?
Some pools do either pay for the training, or if they've hired their guards already, or they'll pay for their time that they spend in the class. So you could go either way on that. They could just be, we're not going to pay you, but we'll pay for your entry fee. We do pay for their recertification fee every year once they are our employees as well. I think it's $35 that we pay to the Red Cross for everybody to become recertified every single year. So that's something we do once they're our employee. The one thing that, we kind of put that stipulation on for our lifeguard candidates is if they interview with us before they pass that class, it's, you're hired with the assumption that you're going to pass the class successfully. So I'd maybe be a little bit more hesitant about that lifeguard training, but the WSI fee, I would be in complete favor of taking that off the kids' camp.
Sherry, is there a good solution for the accounting, bookkeeping end of that?
So if the district that's why I said the lifeguard fee, you can't hire them as a lifeguard until they have that certification. So that one, I think the kids should still be responsible for paying. But the WSI original course fee, the $150 or whatever it is, that once they're ours, if they choose to take that class, we wouldn't charge them. We would pay for that.
So it's moving from one pot to the other.
Yeah.
So you're adding more expenses and them paying for the expenses, basically reimbursing the district. District is now taking their cost. So again, you're increasing the expenses but not getting in that revenue.
Right.
In the past, prior to your kind of just adding it to the tax base, you can, but to Kevin's point, past boards have also said, we understand that, but it's also some of the user fee as well. So your users should help support it a little bit more. So I'm just throwing out the past history.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that's where you're going now and how you support it. I'm just saying, past boards said, yes, we will increase the tax, but we also want to have a user fee.
That's fair.
Kind of a shared cost approach.
Yeah.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense. Especially if we would increase a tax levy on that, to help fund future improvements. So whereas we could, share some of that daily operating cost on the users that are actually utilizing that pool. Okay.
And like the hourly wage, you said it's been quite a while since that's been bumped.
7 years.
That's pretty significant.
Do you have any plans for continuing, salary increase plan? I know in conversation I kind of talked to Kevin about, is it something that could follow the CPI, or is it, so we don't get into this, again, where we're so far behind and we have to make this big drastic jump that we just kind of put this into the forecasting. We're going to plan for increased expenses.
It could be something that we just revisit every 2 years and get the new updates.
Yeah,
it's kind
what
of
the
like
current market rate is.
Yeah, they kind of
okay.
max out just like our support staff at the high school. You have your range of so many years that you do an increase, a 30-cent increase, I think is what it is, for 5 years after you start. And then we don't really go beyond that. But it's kind of like when we've got guards that keep coming back, and then now they've maxed out and they're not getting a raise anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we know, we really need to do something for them again if we're going to retain them for longer. So even if we had it recurring as part of the summer school or the pool every year, every 2 years that we just revisit, does it still seem appropriate? Are we somewhere within the average? We could just add that as part of our yearly touch point too.
I'm always an advocate of that. What's the market rate doing for that?
How much of an effort was it for you to get the wages from surrounding pools?
An email.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I belong to this Badger organization now, so I just sent an email to them, and I just said, hey Deb, can you tell me what this is, or can I email the people? And she said, here's our draft. Please put Belleville stuff in there.
Nice.
So I put Belleville's in, and we're a part of it.
So to review it on a yearly basis would really not be a hassle to gather the data every year for comparison and discussion.
No, and they have like monthly meetings, or like I've been a part of Zoom. Well, last spring I started being a part of a couple of Zoom organizations as a part of pools, and I've been continuing on a couple of the other ones. So there's a lot of information being shared about what pools are currently doing or what pools are doing they're looking to open up during the summer. Steve and I attended a training virtually the Friday before break, talking about your pool's been shut down for a year. What do you need to look for?
because some of these pools have grout that is cracking and breaking, because grout is not meant to be dry. And this has been dry for a whole year. Also looking at pumps and the O-rings and all kinds of stuff. And so Steve is working to get our pumps and water in our pool as soon as we can, because they said expect to have things go wrong because your pools have been sitting dry. And so we're trying to get things going quick so that we know what we're dealing with and have time to get the parts
Makes
that we might
sense.
need to
It's
get.
interesting, but it makes sense.
Just a thought to kind of build on what Marion was saying. Is there any ideas of like to kind of give incentive for them to come back, as saying we'll reimburse you for your lifeguard after if you come back for year 2 or beyond? Is that something that would be an option?
Job is the incentive. No.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we could reimburse half of it or something like
Yeah.
that. But it's mostly material fee, because we also get FTE for summer school for any of our students that take that course. So then it just goes to buying new rescue tubes or replacing the backboards and some of those things. So it ends up being kind of an in and out fee for some of those.
Okay.
Well, they are getting 30 cents when they come back the next year, right?
Yes, yeah. And then most guards after 2 years, some wait 3 years, then take on that head guard responsibility. So then every time they work a head guard shift, they also get that additional $250 an hour to take on that additional responsibility too.
So the structure, it sounds like, is there if we could get the base up.
Yeah. And when Jean put in our Belleville rate, it significantly dropped the average. So, yeah, and if you look, I mean, 9 is still at the lower end, but we know that's a significant bump from where we are right now. Oh, right. So, well, yeah, so Nick Richter has been with us for many, many years, wonderful employee, and he's been maxed out for a couple of years now at like $11 an hour. And a college kid working for $11 an hour is not really going to cut it. And we want those kids to come back. Like, we want them to come back. We want them to be managers. We want them to take over for us and to start running it and build that culture into our pool. But they're not going to do it for $11 an hour when they're trying to pay off their debt and get prepared for a real world and all that too. So if there's a way that we can adjust that to really bump that up and make it more appealing to come back, that would be wonderful. Especially being off last year, we did lose a handful of guards, so we're going to have to do quite a bit of hiring. Jean's been doing an amazing job advertising at school and trying to retain and get new kids interested, and but that's even the new guards questions. How much does it pay? So am I going to go through some of this tedious training that takes me 40 hours to even become certified, and then I don't get paid very much, where I could go to Duluth and do 1 day of training and get myself going. So it's a commitment, but it's one that they can carry with them through college. I worked at a pool all through college, obviously. Came back still willing to do it. So if we can hook them, it can be a long-term job for them too. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Any other discussion? None. Is there support for a motion?
Well, I guess I have a question. So we talked about increasing the hourly wage, but what about increasing the fees, the user fees? We talked about it, but I mean, is that something we should be discussing now and making a decision on this, or do you want to bring that back? You need to get this information out to the families quickly.
Yeah, I think if you're willing to make a move on that tonight, that would be better than waiting till May.
Well, we currently have in front of us, it says that with these raises, we're still going to generate a profit and keep the pool running and well maintained. So, should we do anything right now or revisit it next year? Or?
Yeah, I think. Plus, this isn't up for discussion for that topic.
We could bring it back in May, Kelsey, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Or if there's happens to be a special board meeting before, we could discuss it then too.
Sure.
Not on my account.
I might get one more board meeting out of you. You just wait.
Real short one. That would be good.
More cake. We could put a little disclaimer in there that just said potential increases coming at the May board meeting. Yep. 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 They wouldn't be able to pay for it. They wouldn't be able to do that in arena scheduling, essentially. Or we'd have to double charge them. Might have to say pool passes aren't available until whatever May 11th. But then they could go back in and add that. I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Why don't we table that discussion? You guys
Okay.
do some background work. If we need to, that would be a quick. We could do a virtual meeting or something too on that if we
And
needed
Deb
to.
very well could have all the area pass rates that we could bring in for that too.
Every little bit to get to that splash pad.
Absolutely,
table, right?
Kevin. Absolutely.
Does that work, Kevin? For now?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, sounds good. All right, then. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to raise the base lifeguard rate to $9 per hour, raise the step 1 water safety instructor rate to $11 per hour with a 30-cent increase with each step, and maintain the additional $2.50 per hour for head guards while working as a head guard.
I'll second it.
First by Mike, a second by Kevin. Marion, if you could, a roll call vote. Yes.
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 All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Yep. Next up on the agenda is the Neola Volume 30.1 legal updates, and this would be the second reading.
The only other update that I have, we did, Marion and Barb and I met again in March, sat down for a few hours and went through these one more time to provide final edits, which you see if you log in. And anytime you see SDB edits, that means they're edits that our committee had made beyond Neola, so that what they call production, when Neola production gets this, they know to go and look at those. Some are very subtle, a comma or something like that we'll have to look for. Also, just reached out to Dr. Brown today. There were a few overall edits that I had asked about that in the past Steve LaValle would do kind of mass edits, like instead of calling Department of Public Instruction, call it DPI one or the other. He said that could go to production. They said there'd be some kind of nominal fee that he will let me know on that, but that was what I heard back from Dr. Brown. But there's actually when Barb and Mary and I met, we did not change much more. There was a lot more discussion. We didn't make a lot more edits. Mike had also suggested some edits that we had added in as well. So this would be your second read. We don't anticipate another Neola update until sometime this summer. Remember, our process would be a little bit different than what we would do is ask to see the updates, have a chance to read them, then take our notes, ask Dr. Brown to come in so that we can edit at the same time, instead of what we've been doing now is meeting with Dr. Brown, reading it for the first time, and then suggesting edits after. So I think that will be a more streamlined process.
Any discussion?
Sorry, guys. All right.
Yeah.
I think my computer froze.
There you go.
The one thing that I was
Yes.
gonna double check on was when we were looking at the policies this time, we were still seeing edits from the original policy to what it is now, and not from the policy that we looked at the last time to now.
Correct. It's the whole range. Yeah, you got it, Mike.
I'll make a motion to approve Neola Volume 30.1 policy updates.
I'll second it.
First by Barb and a second by Marion. And again, Marion, a roll call vote.
Trevor,
Yes?
Ryan,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion, yes. 7 in favor.
All right, moving on. Next up, resolution authorizing the transfer of funds, the establishment of an escrow account with respect to and the defeasance of certain of the general obligation refunding bonds dated April 4th, 2017.
We've done.
We've
did
covered
this
that
one
one.
already. It was with-
Oh, we did. Oh my goodness. Thank you, guys. I thought we actually had to take another action on it, but I am out of alignment. Well, then we are on to discussion items. But thank you for letting me read that mouthful. Appreciate it.
Now it's in your mind.
Yeah. 2021-2022 budget. This is just a draft model.
And as you heard from Senator Erpenbach and Representative Pope, that's still obviously in its early stages. They were very hopeful. I don't know if I share that same hope. When you get what the governor's proposed and what DPI had helped craft, I doubt we're going to see all of that. It would be great for education. I doubt we're going to see that. So we're still. Sherry gets updates. There's not a whole lot she can do, but she can still do her projections. So a lot of what we have for you tonight, and if you've got questions for Sherry or I, is as usual, at least in the last few years, we have tried to be very conservative in our approach, watching what we're spending, how we're spending that. And so you know that we were projecting a deficit this year, partly because of COVID. And I've mentioned a few things that have saved us money. In particular, you get things like utilities, transportation, textbooks that were going to be bought for this year. And there are other budget centers as well. There was there were savings in curriculum instruction, legal, all kinds of different ones. What Sherry has done at this point is pulled that money out, kept funds still in so that we're sure we're going to have enough in there for the rest of the year. Again, a conservative approach. And even at that point, we believe we'll have a surplus somewhere around the $250,000 range. One of the things that we found out, and again, this gets complicated, I probably would not be able to explain it to you. Maybe if Dr. Brown and Brian Ponke from DPI were here, they could explain it. But what will happen is usually you want to spend at last year's funding level so that you don't lose next year's funding levels. And the way that I always look at it is either you spend it or you're going to lose it the next year. However, for 2021-22, we're going to be negatively aided. And Sherry and I were trying to come up if we've got any real great summary. We don't. What it does is there's different tiers of aid. There's primary aid, secondary aid, tertiary aid. And because of some changes in secondary and tertiary, we're going to be negatively aided. So what that means is we don't have to spend a portion of that $250,000 that we have right now. We're not going to lose that money into next year. I would have not known that within the last week or so, but Sherry's working with her contacts and then was passing that on. So that's one piece. Remember that we will have ESSER 2 funds wherever that ends up, and then there's an ESSER 3 on the horizon. And again, I hate to predict because we're not sure exactly where even ESSER 2 is, but ESSER 3 looks like that's going to be $300,000 plus. Again, These are not funds that we would have counted on in the past, but are coming from federal funds out of stimulus package. They come into the state. However, we have fairly little control as to what the state does in its distribution of that. So given the fact that we've got a surplus, that we could roll that into fund balance, we know that ESSER's coming. We've talked for at least a year or two, I know still in Mrs. Yoder's time, about the structural deficit that we have. When you look at 80+% of our budget is based on salaries and benefits. You look at some of the things that we're doing with, with technology and having to renew those. So those come in. And then some of the things that we're trying to do in keeping up on capital maintenance projects, so we don't have to go to a $20 million referendum to fix a lot of the things that might be broken down. What Sherry and I are looking at is we have made a couple of purchases already. We did, and most of you saw those when we toured the elementary school. We did buy some cubbies, some lockers, so that we can catch up with some bigger classes coming into the elementary school. There was a small tractor and then a gator that we'll still buy yet this spring for buildings and grounds that were on our 10-year capital maintenance project that we were able to catch up on. Even with those, we're looking at about $250,000 that we could roll into fund balance. That, along with the ESSER funds, makes not knowing what 21, 22, 22, 23 look like. I think Sherry and I feel much more comfortable knowing that we've got a bit of a cushion now. So, and again, we'll still keep that conservative approach so that we're not coming to you and say, well, the hole was 300,000, now it's 5. Instead, we're letting you know that we're trying to chip away at that all the time. And this year, again, COVID did help in some of those budget centers. We're in the black. I don't know if you got questions for myself or Sherry.
I have a question about Fund 46. Is that the one where we put money in it, but we can't use it for a period of time?
Correct. Actually, Sherry just checked on that. Was that like about a month ago, Sherry? You had checked with DPI?
Okay.
How much did we put into it to start it?
75,000. In fact, if you look at the treasurer's report, I believe that it's in Sherry's attached treasurer report. Yep, you can see capital improvement account at the bottom left. Current balance is $75,775.31.
Nate, isn't Janan coming forward with a request for a bus?
Yes, but there's good news there. Janan will be requesting in June a bus renewal lease. I believe, though, Sherry, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got 2 coming off, which would be 1 coming on. So it will still be a savings overall for the district.
Okay, thank you.
What's a good target for the fund balance?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. Usually see it as a percentage of the deficit or surplus for the year or something. I don't remember what number we usually look at.
And like every board you ask, that question too will give you a different answer. Mm-hmm. I know nobody has a common thought process.
Above zero.
Yeah, above zero, exactly. I mean, some say it's a percentage of the working expenses. Some people think it's just a percentage of, they have several different equations they use. Some have a specific number. So there is no magic answer to that. I'm sorry, I don't, it's whatever the board is comfortable with, which is why your policy is so vague, because it can vary depending on our circumstance. COVID would hit or something else.
So if we move 250,000 into the general fund, would that help reduce the amount that we have to borrow ahead for the next year?
It could. I mean, because we borrow for cash flow purposes.
Yep.
So our cash flow is based on when we get state aid. So it could reduce it depending on what expenses we have in the first 3 or 4 months of the year.
And and then forgive me for asking maybe just a general question on this, but is there a way to like put some kind of groundwork into trying to develop a plan where we can put enough funds aside so we don't have to be borrowing that money year to year?
Yeah, what would you need, Sherry? So you wouldn't have to short-term borrow.
We've been doing about six and a half the last 3 or 4 years. So you would have to have literal cash, not book money, cash in the bank of about, I'd say, 700,000.
Okay.
Because of CPI and that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So
the ability to get there is quite challenging in comparison to the little bit of interest that we probably are paying on that.
right now, yes, it's great that we're borrowing at 0.25, but also the money that we are getting, we're getting 0.013.
Right.
So there is a two spikes.
It is, as Sherry and I have talked about this, it is shocking what the lack of interest that we get on our accounts, but of course our own rates that we're paying out are very low too.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious, and that's what I kind of figured the answer was, is that the cost of interest, to borrow ahead like that is just so minimal in the grand scheme of things that to try to have just that cash sitting there just isn't really worth it. Okay. Thank you. All right. So this was just a discussion, right? No action needed
Correct.
at this time.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Just an update.
Okay. Again, as Mike kind of called out too, we took boardsmanship off for this month. That wasn't put on the agenda to give us a little bit of time to celebrate Kevin's years of service. So again, one last time, thank you, Kevin, for all your years and dedication and ongoing, and I'm sure future support as well, as long as it's not a operating referendum. I wink with that though, so be prepared. Future agenda items?
I have quite a few. First, we will be bringing a discussion item. Actually, it'll be an action item. I take that back. I just set up a meeting with teachers in early May to discuss an insurance renewal. And without going into a lot of detail, because Andy Ohalik from USI can join us that night with the board, what usually you won't hear me say it's a win-win, and you've got a situation that is almost too good to believe. But in the case of our insurance renewal, we've been looking at a July to a July renewal for our fiscal calendar so that lines up. Because currently we're January to December. However, we can renew fiscally July to July. It does not affect our employees because their premiums would still come out July 1 to December 31st. And on top of all that, they will lock in a 0% increase from now until July of 2022. So you couldn't get much, you couldn't get it better because there's nothing more that we would want. So we want to just make sure that the staff understands that. So we're meeting with them first, and then we'll bring that to the board in May. We'd also talked as a board, and I'm just confirming that we would start some pre-listening sessions before our board meetings in May. That's something that we had talked about. I think this was, I don't think we've done it in several years, but if we're going to start that, then I will get something out to parents and community when we post that we would start a listening session at 6 o'clock, and then the meeting would start at 6:30. Am I right? And I want to make sure everybody is, I think we've agreed on that. Okay.
I think maybe if we're going to move forward on that, maybe to get it started, maybe having a topic.
Okay.
The first couple times at least, just to, I don't know, give it some.
Sure. That actually might tie into my next one, Marion, because
real quick, maybe before you go on though, what I don't recall us really talking about a cadence for that though. And was it something that we were looking at doing every meeting, or is it something that we were looking at quarterly? biannually?
We
Thoughts on
used to
that?
do it before every meeting, and
I guess my thought is this, is we have heard from parents about not listening to concerns. And my thought would be at this point that we start to have these listening sessions. If the attendance is not there after a point in time, then maybe we back it off to every other month or every quarter. But I think for now, we've heard from parents, and I think especially as things start to get back to normal, it'd be good to hear from them and where they're at. And that's where I was going next is we want to talk in May about virtual school options, potentially through CISA 2 and Jedi School. And that may be something that we could ask parents about, like what they're feeling. We'd like to get a survey out. So the discussion will be next month. I'll get a survey out. The administrative team will get a survey out after that board meeting in May. And then we can make a decision in June if we're going to pursue that. But I think moving forward into the 2021-22 school year, what that interest might be in virtual school option for our students.
Appreciate that. I'm completely supportive of the listening sessions, and I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. With
Yeah,
the
I'm
expectation.
supportive too, but I guess I'm not sure I understand the structure. What will be the structure?
Yep. Again, what I understand that we've done in the past is it's really been almost like an open circle where anybody that wants to attend early, and I think it was set up in the back corner here, and we could introduce a topic like again the purpose and significance of a virtual school option for students next year, and then if there are other things that come up. But I think I'm certainly willing to help facilitate that discussion.
And what time are we talking? Are we
it
talking
would
like an
just be that-
hour or 30 minutes or?
I think the way that it was done in the past too, and I'm not sure how effective that was, but really that 6 to about 6:25, and then a little bit of break before the meeting, or two. We're to start at 6:30 then.
Okay.
and kind of to touch Pete and Amy, they were talking about what they had learned from this last year. And I think I had talked to Nate a little bit about possibly having a community forum where we would just, what did we learn from this last year? Families learned that, you have to be flexible, and, you plan accordingly, and you do different things. And so I think the listening sessions would certainly benefit the community and the board as well. So.
Kevin even shared a couple of his lessons learned in the last year or two.
I would encourage that there's some, a topic, a conversation to an extent, so the conversations just don't go sideways.
Sure. So there's a focus to them. Yeah, and then maybe some parents want to attend some of them. We can get that information out. Some parents might want to attend some, and others maybe there would be topics that they would come in for, and others that they would pass on.
Sure. And there'd still be time for open conversation, but I think having some kind of structure would be beneficial.
Sure. The other thing that I want to bring to the board, and we've done this in different ways in the past, in terms of academic or general board goals going into the next year, one of the desires of the administrative team is to have a fairly clear focus on what the board wants as its top, let's say, 3 goals, specifically on the academic piece of that. So we have a clear picture going into the summer planning months, especially for professional development, on that the administrative team and the board are on the same page. What has happened in the past is we've got school improvement plan goals that we start the year with. We spend a lot of time in August with staff working on those. And if the board decides, let's say, which has happened in the past, in November, December, that maybe those goals need to be tweaked, then we're having to backtrack with our own staff. So to have that discussion, we'll bring again the current goals that we have. The academic goal that we currently have that we've been working on for a couple of years is a year's worth of growth for every child in math and reading. And so we would bring those goals back to you. If you're comfortable with that, then that gives us plenty of time to plan during the summer. So we have a real clear vision. Literally, between myself, the principals, the directors, and the assistant principals, we've got PDs planned out in the summer for the entire school year, what a lot of our Wednesday after school meetings will look like. But we want that focus from the board in advance so that we can do that work in the summer where we've got the time and energy. So, of course, we've got reorganization at the May meeting. Mike had asked a question. I did include at least what's in board policy: president, vice president, treasurer, and clerk.
I guess, am I able to ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like, what's in the policy is lacking? Like, from that description, I would think that Kevin takes every piece of money that we have down to the bank and deposits it.
Sure.
But I doubt that you actually do that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Or that he's like the
And that's
accountant.
the great thing of having the experience of Kelly and Sherry with decades in their current job is being able to lead you through. Like at the end of the meeting tonight, there are a couple of things Kelly's already got ready to go that are going to need to be signed by the clerk, treasurer, board president, so that we can get those into DPI or the state. And again, they're both well versed in that. We'll kind of guide those along.
Mike, you look like you're thinking still. Are you looking for more of a description of the duties and role, the responsibilities of the role in more
maybe.
detail?
What do you do on a month-per-month basis as a treasurer, I guess?
Nothing different than I did prior to being treasurer, thanks to the business administrators and stuff. They do all the legwork, put the reports together. So, I read that the one description. I guess I don't recall exactly the same wording, but it does appear that the treasurer is doing a lot more of the preparing reports and doing a lot of things where that's not the case. But that could be, the wording can change in such a manner that, as needed type of and then everything's covered. And maybe it even says that. I was going to look at it, but it didn't. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
The other two that we have that are on the board calendars are we will have letters of intent from both teachers and support staff next month, and then open enrollment approval. That window closes, at least for the application process, at the end of April. Remember, there's still an exemption process that's almost year-round now, but we'll be able to give you some numbers. Actually, the early numbers look very good. I won't promise anything, but at this point, I don't think we've had this in a long, long time. Certainly not since I've been here. Right now, and again, you'll get a lot at the end of the cycle as you approach the end of April. Right now, we've got more total in than out, which is a great situation to have right now. Let's hope it stays that way in the next couple of weeks. So those are but there's a lot there.
Okay. Future board meetings. As of right now, no special meetings in place. So then our next meeting, we are looking at May 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
If we could just go back to the reorganization real quick. I
Sure.
was just thinking, Bob Butler had sent something about describing roles and how they can be addressed. I mean, I kind of agree with Mike that it seems inaccurate, and they're all pretty vague. Not that we necessarily have to.
Actually, I think if you go back in board docs, I had a
in
link
there?
in
Okay.
yep,
I was trying to
for
think.
the
It wasn't that long ago.
March
For
meeting.
March.
If you go back and look at that.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. Excellent point.
Nate, I think we have a communications meeting at some point coming up between now and.
Yeah, and we'll schedule that. I don't have a date for you.
Oh,
Usually,
okay. I thought I had one on the calendar.
Let me double check on that.
Maybe I looked at it wrong.
Hold on just a minute here, Jill, I can double check.
Maybe it's not till May. We had
No,
it as
you're
April
right.
26th.
We do have one on April 26th. Yep.
And of course, we'll be celebrating tomorrow.
I think you're going to be, I don't know if I'd use the word giddy, but I think you're really going to like the website. It's just a big difference from what we currently have.
Was, sorry, I'm backtracking again. Was academic and career planning, did you address that?
Mike had asked a question about that, and actually Kyle Weber, and there may be more than just him from the student services team, but they will present at the May meeting with updates.
Okay, good.
Any other questions? If not, from there then, contemplate a motion to convene into closed session under Wisconsin statutes 19.85, paren 1, CE, for consideration including action, if appropriate, regarding employment, promotion, compensation, performance evaluation data of potential employees, district administrator, and so on.
I'll make that motion.
First by Kevin. And second by Jill. Marion, if you could, a roll call vote, please.
Trevor?